Right. I definitely 100% was not just eating a burrito. If you think that I am, you're a liar. You're a liar, liar, pants on fire. I was not eating. That's not why I was late to my own stream. Not because of that. Because of other things that were definitely happening. And hold on, let me fix some things. I feel like the stream's a little too delayed. Maybe I can fix this real quick. Emulation. No. Well, I can't do anything about. I can't do anything about that. Apparently, usually they let you get the option, like, oh hey, this is a. You do it like low latency. It's not giving me that option. So. Oh well. What's weird is that. Oh, I think I'm hiding my chat. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Um, it's me. You know who I am. You've been here before. Seen the videos. Me live in person. I don't know why I'm vamping right now. But it's been a while. Well, since we've done this. I've grown a beard fully. My beard's actually getting kind of crazy, so I'm shaving it tomorrow. Not all of it. Just a bit of a trim. You know, nothing too crazy. But yeah, it's been a while since we've done this. How are you guys doing? How are you guys feeling today? Like I haven't been able to like fully get back to it, you know? Lies and deceit. Me? I would never do something so awful as to be deceitful. That's just not in my vocabulary. I'm an honest man. Honest face. Look at this face. Think this face could lie to you? I can't easily lie. I don't know why I have my headphones around my neck, listening to anything right now. But yeah, it's been a while. Oh, I just got a subscriber 7 minutes ago. Oh shit! Thank you, Unifade Walker. I hope I said that right. Although me messing it up is kind of hard to do. Chilling after watching Devil May Cry. I have not watched the new Devil May Cry show yet, but I'm gonna do it after the stream probably. Never hate the heat. Yo, I don't like the heat either. I'm not gonna front. I hate the heat. Even though like my skin benefits a lot from it and I'm glowing when I hate the heat. It just makes me miserable. More so than the people I normally talk about. Actually, not to lie. There's no one who's more miserable than those people. Which of course we'll be talking about. Like I have like 2 weeks of things to say. Usually I start off with some personal notes, right? Like, oh, this is what's going on the channel. I said everything fine, good. This is what's happening on the channel. I've uploaded, I think, one video. think I've uploaded like one video in like 2 weeks. Let me check as I say that. I think literally, yeah, I have one video April 1st. That's it. I've been tired, you guys. I've been tired. I haven't been able to speak. I'm a yapper, and I couldn't speak for 2 weeks. I've already been held up on seeing first episodes at a time every week. Okay, that's smart. It's like, I think it's like 8 episodes of Devil May Cry. So probably an easy binge. Still enjoying Assassin's Creed Shadows. No work tomorrow. I have no work tomorrow either. Thank God. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm not a full-time content creator. I have to do work stuff, and I work like 6 days a week. And on average, I don't get off work until like most days. I get off work at 9 p.m. I'm busy boy. Was I sick? Yes, I was sick. I'm still like sort of, kind of, a little bit sick-ish. Um, I woke up feeling weird, but I took some ibuprofen and stuff. I feel better now. We're talking about the Switch 2 shenanigans. Yes, I'll be talking about everything. Everything I wasn't able to talk about shall be spoken about forthwith. Which I think, no, not forthwith, because I'm very much delaying the talk. Um, how you doing, Street Dragon? You got work tomorrow? It sucks. It's Sunday. That's illegal. You should sue. You'd probably win. Oh man. Okay, so personal news, personal stuff. I'm getting a haircut and shaving tomorrow. I went to the gym earlier today. I had a pretty good lift. I was feeling pretty strong. I don't know if you guys saw my community post, but I was feeling pretty good. I feel like I'm getting sort of back to like my old self. I can like work out consistently, do some exercising. Hopefully my schedule will be back to normal. I can start like actually recording shit and not just like dying to speak and then putting out like a short video. 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Jesus Christ. Yeah, go to sleep. Thank you. Also, okay, I didn't get the wrong GPU. All right. You guys, I have a 2070. Anything above that is going to be an improvement, okay? I know the 4060 isn't the bestest car, but compared to my 2070, it sure is. All right. And that was the cheapest one I could get. These cars are getting expensive. So expensive. Money is hard to keep. Hard. I don't know if you noticed that. Money's hard. Um, I gotta pay bills. That's right. And listen, now could I do the easy route and could I just lie to you guys and make up a bunch of shit and be like, the reason why it's hot is not because summer's coming and global warming, but because the world's getting woker, and wokeness actually increases body activity because you have to use your brain more, which creates more thermogenesis and that makes it hotter. Running bought a radio. Listen, it's already bought. Hey, tell you what. If you want to buy me, you want to buy me a new graphics card, you want to buy me Radeon, I will send you my address. I will risk doxing myself so you can send me one, okay? Running a 1080, honestly, God, do you want my 2070? Like if everything goes well, maybe I can just give away my 2070. Maybe I can just give it away. Maybe I talk about supposedly not comment. Oh yeah, listen, Mentorix, don't worry, we will talk about that. Again, this is why I title this thing just yapping, okay? I have so much to talk about. It's insane. Also, is the stream quality, I'm seeing this on my screen, my second screen, little tablet. And it's like this. I don't know if the stream looks weird or is it just on my tablet. Let me check my thing. No, okay, it's just on my tablet. It looks weird. Everything's fine. Everything's fine and great. Yeah, listen, real talk. If you want to get a new graphics card, you gotta do it now. This is getting out of hand. You know what? You guys know who I am. You know what I'm about. You know my ADHD kicks in. Let's just get into it. So first things first. Like I had a whole video plan on this, okay? And I still might have a video plan on this. But prior to the tariffs taking place, I wanted to talk about how Assassin's Creed was breaking these people's brains. Like, look at this. Like, it is insane how much this game has broken these guys' brains. Like, look at our new boy here. Look at our new boy. Look at our new boy here. Like, look at this. And you tell me if this is healthy. All right. So this is our boy Shohei. This is Shohei Kondo, right? You guys should know who he is. I did a whole video on him. And he is asking for Alyssa to talk to him about how many Japanese people really feel about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Our voices are being overlooked, shrine organizations are raising concerns, and even politicians are speaking out. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Why Alyssa? Alyssa is no longer senior editor at Kotaku. So reaching out to her, what does that accomplish? She's freelance, right? So like people will have to contract her in order for her to work for them. Like she has lots of issues and lots of pieces in Rolling Stone, right? But it's not like she works for Rolling Stone. So to reach out to her specifically is very telling. He knows and we know that she is persona non grata in the grifter space. And we know that he follows these grifters. He's using the same grifter playbook. And so for him to be like, yeah, I want to talk to Alyssa. She's going to get me a conversation, right? I've always been a strong supporter of LGBTQ rights and people of color, including myself. That's why I believe it's important to stand up when any community feels misrepresented or ignored. This is the same guy who's mad about Assassin's Creed Shadows. But instead of addressing the issue, you're promoting the game without acknowledging the backlash. If diversity, equity, and inclusion, or supposed to say equality, it's not equality, it's equity, truly matter, this conversation deserves fair coverage. The idea that this person is worth so much, like in his own mind, which is again a classic tactic of conservative grifters, especially the right-wing people, right? They think that they are so important that the world literally revolves around them, that if they feel that they're being silenced, it is a crime against humanity. And you're seeing it here because no one's talking to him, therefore their voices as Japanese as a whole is being silenced, and the conversation is not having fair coverage. I hope you'll consider writing a fair article on this. To everyone reading, if you agree, let's make sure this conversation gets noticed. Repost to spread awareness. Now, I promise you, it's going to be nothing but hate in the comments. I promise you. Oh, hold on. I've been ignoring chat. Come on, bad streamer. Upgraded. Obsessed with her. Dude, show her standing out with the wrong crowd. No surprise. After seeing this first, I'm pressing this to down. Would you miss? Jalen, you didn't miss none. But yeah, like, hold on. Let's look at the comments. Well, there's me. Like, LOL. Yeah, right. And then it's hypnotic. Alyssa McConaughey writing a fair article, brother. You're better off trying to survive, living out playing without a parachute. There's no talking to her. Show, hey, she's unhinged. And it's exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. exactly what I said. And he knew this. He knew this. It's literally every loser I've ever talked about in this comment section, I think, aside from Grums. Like, I saw a couple of familiar names here, but it's all the same. It's all the same. And he knows that. And he knows this because I'm sure if I go to follow it, I'm sure. Oh, Daily Loud, which is a meme site that's basically anti-black. Pirate Nation, a guy who catfishes as a woman to sell feet pics and also a racist. Like, he follows AOC random. But like Yellow Flash, Smash JT, Hypnotic. But yeah, you guys, he was really sincere about wanting to have that conversation. Drama alert. But he was really sincere about wanting to have that conversation with Alyssa. He ignored the fact that he is following a bunch of grifters, including one that is harassing her to such a point that he's literally being sued. He wanted to have a nice conversation with her. When he said to repost this, and he made it a point to show her Twitter handle, he wanted you guys to know that he was trying to be sincere and definitely not trying to harass someone who's been designated as a acceptable target in that space. Yes. You're right. Minotaurix. It was not the fact that Japanese officials were being upset about that particular thing. What they were being upset about, first off, the one politician who was upset was like a far right Japanese politician. But what they were upset about is this people doing shit in shrines in general, because people have done that. I mean, recently, a shrine that was shown in Ghost of Tsushima was recently like either defaced or, disrespected by, I believe, an American. But you saw no one blaming Ghost of Tsushima because there's no money in blaming Ghost of Tsushima. But it is insane to me how much this game broke people's brains. Like it made them unable to function. Eric July, I'm sure his opinion is irrelevant. Like, it's just, you just type in Assassin's Creed in Twitter and like, oh, this is me from last year. Like, I'm here a lot, but it's crazy. It's crazy how much this cost them to brain break. Like just look at this comment. Assassin's Creed was that serious. It has always been. Writing unknown history into the games, not changing real history just for brownie points. After Nobunaga, or however it's spelled, died, he got deported back into slavery. We do not want this character. You want real, authentic Japanese-led story. And it's like, I should have known. I should have fucking known that this game would have been just like the hot button game for the fucking gear. Holy shit, dude. Dude, honestly, I have been so confused by all of this because I have spoken before about how much I dislike Ubisoft's practices, and I think Yves Guillemot is a bad owner and they have mismanagement. And I've done videos on that. And then people will still come to me and be like, you're a Ubisoft shill. I'm like, just because you didn't see the video, I did a whole video. How long was that video? I feel like I did like a fucking like a 30-minute video on that. Like, right? That was called. But I did 21 minutes. Look at that shit. 21 minutes. I did a 21-minute video about Ubisoft and it being bad and how they've gone away from what they used to do. But I'm still being told, like, you know what? You are a shill. You defend Ubisoft. I'm like, what? Have to play it again. But yeah, like these guys had their brains cracking a year ago. My comment section was insane. Like it was literally insane. It seems SBI was involved. Guys, the game having a black person is not the reason people are complaining. There is just no reason for him to be in the game. That is literally complaining about a black person being in the game. It's like it was just nonstop. It was just nonstop this. And this was, mind you, this was a video for me being preemptive, saying, hey, you guys, don't be weird about this game because I know how you get. And they were like, not only are we going to be weird about it, we're going to be straight up racist. We're going to be fully just like unhinged. We're going to make sure that the current KKK knows we are applying. Like, I'm like, holy shit. Like, it got insane. And that started early. Like, we didn't even get to the brain breaking until like, let's see. That again, I couldn't talk, but I was bookmarking the shit out of everything. So we're gonna scroll down my bookmarks. We'll probably start right. There that. I don't know that's here. Oh, here. Oh. Now, I don't know if you guys remember this, but Mark Kern got a little ratioed. He got ratioed a little bit, a tiny bit, a small bit by the Ubisoft official Assassin's Creed page. And he definitely took it super well and normal. He didn't write this whole manifesto talking about, dear Ubisoft miners, I know life is hard. I wake up early and post a lot, often till 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning, which by the way, what an insane thing to admit. Like what an insane thing to be like, yeah, dude, listen, buddy, I get it. I wake up super early and I post often until 1 or 2 in the morning. I don't have a life, you see. I don't have a real job. I'm confident I don't take care of my children if I'm on Twitter this much. But I'm here to tell you how big of a loser I am. And you guys do not worry, we will get into the other Grum stuff. This is just a teaser. But how big of a loser I am. My first thought is to tell you I'm on this app until 2 a.m. And I think that's normal. That's a normal and sane thing to admit to people. Because normal, sane people spend hours upon hours upon hours upon hours upon hours on Twitter. Like I text. And it's just like, yeah, this is before even the like the whole was it MYLP video came out and the Western Kabuki thing came out. I knew he wasn't working on this game because he was always constantly on Twitter, just yapping about everything besides working on his game. So I was like, yeah, he's obviously not working on his game. No wonder it took him 8 years to still produce nothing. But let's continue this thing. I know you have to suffer me posting about how great games have been for the last 12 months, but not you. He has never talked about how good games have been. For the last year, he did nothing but harass community managers about fucking Helldivers 2 community manager. The community managers for like indie games, right? Talking about how this game's DEI, going after the people in Final Fantasy 14, going after the community of Monster Hunter. Like, at no point, even when he was obsessed with Stellar Blade, he was then upset that, oh, you guys, the fabric on Eve's bikini, they've increased it by 0.4%. We gotta go and make a petition. Nothing about talking about how great games are. All he talks about is how woke the West is and how the Western woke media is failing. Oh, dude, the Steam chart shit got me so upset. I did an impromptu video on that, like maybe like a month ago. How people keep using their Steam charts as if Steam is the only metric, especially for games that are mostly known for their console stuff, like Assassin's Creed. But like, yeah, I know you're probably really worried for your jobs if Assassin's Creed Shadow even mildly underperforms. I want you guys to really keep that in mind. It's okay. I understand. Your bosses are pretty busy trying to knuckle bankrupt as they fend off Tencent and other hostile takeovers while being racist to Japan and making things even worse. They don't are about the emotional price of having to immerse yourself into the fire hose of X drama every day. You weren't built for this. This fourth paragraph is the most loser shit I have ever seen. They don't care about the emotional price of having to immerse yourself into the fire hose of X drama every day. Are you 12? You have to immerse yourself into this. Like, you have to do it. You have to do this. The fire hose of X drama, buddy. When I go on Twitter, I make fun of conservatives and I interact with my hot mutuals, and then that's it. I'm not into insane drama every single day. I have a life. You allegedly have a wife and have children, and yet you're like, I'm built differently, guys. I can handle the fire hose of drama on X. What are you talking about? You weren't built for this. Loser. Just absolute loser shit to say. Maybe you didn't ask for this job, but they made you have to read through Smash JT and read all the driven that Alyssa is posting for the day, or Indiamon hammering home logical smackdowns about how your company keeps fumbling the ball. Not only does that sentence make no grammatical sense, they didn't have to read through Smash JT. No one knows who he is. Real people who aren't terminally online have no idea who people are. In fact, they probably all know about Smash JT now because they sent him a cease and desist. But like, and then of course they have to mention Alyssa. They have to mention Alyssa. And he's supposed to say drivel, but again, if you guys have seen Mark Kern's writing, you know, writing's not his strong suit. And this doesn't make any sort of logical coherence because he's trying to make it seem like people on his side, like you guys, I know you guys are tired of getting owned by Indiamon and by Smash JT, but then you throw in Alyssa to be like whatever drivel she's talking about. Why would you put her in that sentence? You would at least put her last. Like, he doesn't even understand how sentence structure and narrative flow goes. And it's so weird to me, this obsession he has with her. Indiamon hammering home logical smackdowns. Indiamon could even spell logical, okay? This guy talks about how much he hates these woke games. He's 100%ed Assassin's Creed Shadows. Calls it mid, 100% platinum, you guys. Platinumed it. And the excuse is, well, I can't talk about the game unless I 100% it. That's idiotic. There is no game you need to 100% to make a review on. Just zero. It's now you're immersed in the culture war 24/7, and it's either blackpilling you or radicalizing you. That's the same thing. Being blackpilled and radicalized is the same thing. Blackpilling is just a specific radicalization path that makes you nihilistic, that nothing matters. Radicalization just, it's, you can be radicalized to become a right-wing grifter. You can be radicalized to become a leftist. You can be radicalized to be more empathetic or to be less empathetic. There's so many ways you can be radicalized. But the fact that he looks, this is obviously a self-report, right? But the fact that he looks like you are now immersed in the culture war 24/7, they made like one tweet about you. Like they made one tweet where they ratio the hell out of you. And he's like, you guys are now in this 24/7 because me, Grums, Mark Kern, Debbie Chan, I'm immersed in this culture war 24/7. And guess what? I've been blackpilled. Therefore, it must be happening to you. Soon, you might even be a Trump supporter and long for Canada becoming the latest member of our glorious union. None of that has anything to do with anything. He's just signaling to his weirdo fans that, yeah, he's a Trump boy. Just let it happen. Let it flow through you. And when you're ready and AC fails, quit your job and join the winning team. Remember that. Remember so far he said that your bosses are pretty busy trying to go bankrupt. Join the winning team. We will be there to welcome you. No hard feelings. Your conversion is complete. Just let it flow. This would get you committed. If someone was able to get like your journal and they saw this entry, you would be put in a 5150. Okay? You would be put in a 5150. You wouldn't be, you'd be conserved. Like, do you understand how insane this is as a 57-year-old man to do this, who supposedly has a wife and kids, and you're on Twitter doing this? Insanity. Yeah, Grums does welcome the economic collapse, because then everyone be in the same situation as him. That was what he had to say about Ubisoft, because he got ratio to hell. And then you get what I call Grifter 9/11. Like, listen to this.
You plan on beating Shadows? Yeah, sure, I'll beat the game.
Like,
why wouldn't I? Don't force yourself to? No,
Asmongold.
I've been enjoying this.
Asmongold, the Roach King himself, the Demi-Lich, the amorphous blob of sentient garbage, the one who's been, according to himself, farming Assassin's Creed for over a year, enjoys it.
Yeah, sure, I'll beat the game. Why wouldn't I? Don't force yourself to? No, I'm not. I've been enjoying this. I've been enjoying.
Let me.
You plan on beating Shadows? Yeah, sure, I'll beat the game.
Turn this up a bit.
Why wouldn't I? Don't force yourself to? No, I'm not. I've been enjoying this. I've been enjoying.
I can't get this thing to go higher.
Yeah, sure.
Because it keeps minimizing it. There we go.
Why wouldn't I? Don't force yourself to? No, I'm not.
Like, he's having a good time.
I've been enjoying this. You plan on beating Shadows? Yeah, sure, I'll beat the game. Why wouldn't I?
Grifter 9/11. So every time he was making videos like every single time he's made videos. Look at this. Assassin's Creed is shameless. It's react. Assassin's Creed Shadows went too far. AC fans are still mad. So how good is Assassin's Creed? So I tried Assassin's Creed Shadow so you won't have to. Assassin's Creed Shadow is 110% cooked. I'm done with Assassin's Creed Shadows, which he's done multiple times on games. Just like, they won't let you criticize Assassin's Creed Shadow. Like, he was literally farming. Here you go. I'm trying Assassin's Creed Shadow so you don't have to. He was farming this game to hell. Assassin's Creed is getting desperate. Assassin's Creed Shadows not looking so good. Like, you get it. You get it. Mr. Lone Wolf, I learned about Smash A2 through you and the Birdman. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to learn about him through us. I apologize for nothing. I don't want to. I have been avoiding Rev says Des just because I feel like I have nothing new to say about him that people have been saying for years. He's the same as Nukes Taku. It's people who used to do anime content. The shit got stale, and so they went to the right wing grift. I will say that it's hilarious that someone like Reb, who looks like this, mind you, who does this, right? Who writes this shit. Like this is his content. This is what Reb says. I'm not gonna watch this video. But just look at his videos. It's like it's literally just like Twitter stuff, and he tries to make it the biggest deal. Like it's Twitter freaks out, accuse anime creative whitewashing own character. Ubisoft hits rock bottom. Male feminist crash out for problematic Marvel rivals character. Ubisoft again. Ubisoft again. He crashed out over grifters criticized Ubisoft. It backfired horribly. It didn't backfire horribly for him. Rachel Zegler. Ubisoft. 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 Like all he does, mind you, he's the kind of guy who's like, oh, these people are weird and being crazy or whatever. This is like a 40-year-old man who's VTubing as a lowly girl. Like, so no, there's nothing I can say that would make that worse. Like, there's no insight I could levy here that isn't just like, this guy's like in his 40s and he's doing this. Like, there's nothing else I can say. What is this 4-year-old lolicon yapping about? Literally no one's crashing. No, that's the thing too. Like, that's what they'll do. They'll be like, people are crashing. First and foremost, all right, ADHD is really going hard today. I know I was talking about the Ubisoft people crashing out, but a crash out is not just people being either upset about something or, in that instance, talking about fighting Cowboy justifiably. Here's the clip about fighting Cowboy. Fighting Cowboy. Which, to be honest, I was unfamiliar with that game. I was unfamiliar with this game, right? And everyone's like, he crashed out. He's crashing out. He's crashing out. Oh, I know what Trace has happened. He got 21,000 views on that. Good job, dude. Like, oh, he's crashing out. He's crashing out. He's crashing out. He was standing on business. Oh, look at crash out. He was standing on business. I love how they always give people like tears. Just some guy. It's like, okay, let's listen to this, chat. Let's listen to this. You tell me this is a crash out. You tell me this is a crash out.
What your opinion is of this game? I don't care.
Yet you whine like a little bitch when people rightfully point out.
Oh, this is an AI voice?
Your opinion is worthless to me.
Obviously it's not.
The quality of health of my morning shit had a bigger impact on my thought process today than you being upset that there's a black guy in Assassin's Creed. So shut the fuck up.
1. Why are you getting mad, bro? I thought you didn't care. 2. No one is mad there's a black man in Assassin's Creed. So this entire Sora rant you're going...
I can't watch this one. I can't watch this one. Let me just see if he... Let me just go to his channel. Let me go to Cowboy's channel. And see if he shows the clip.
What is happening, y'all? So, we're going to have a...
see if he shows the clip, because everyone's freaking out. I need the clip. You know what? I'm dumb. I'm stupid. I'm an idiot. I can just go on fucking Twitter. I can go fighting Cowboy. Yeah, of course it's AI. Okay, let's see. Shadow? Come on. No, not fighting. I didn't want to do space. I want to be fighting that. There we go. Oh, bro, come on. Is it fighting with no G? Wait, is that fucking Unifade Walker? Why are you on my top thingies? Go away. I just keep seeing you. What are you doing here? Fine, whatever. The crash out, the so quote unquote crash out video. Everyone's just gonna do commentary on it, but no one's gonna like actually show it, which is annoying. Oh, please.
Like, this isn't new. It's not some secret agenda that people are pushing out there. Basically, in like the opening cutscene, and we had people that were upset specifically about the existence of a black guy in a Japanese setting. This had nothing to do with.
Okay, fuck it. This is weird. I'll just tell you guys. I'll just yap. So in the original video, he gets a chatter, talking about how he's playing this woke game or whatever, right? And then he goes off talking like it's so stupid that you guys complain about every single game that comes out. Everything's too woke. It's not cool. It's not based. He's like, if you don't like it, just shut the hell up. Just don't play it. Basic normal brain things to do, right? And you just share the clip somewhere in your community page. Yeah, if you have the clip, put it in the chat. But he was talking about how like none of this matters. Like if we don't like the game, fine, don't like it. But coming in here and telling someone it's woke and that you think it's lame or whatever, it's stupid. Like let him play the game, let him enjoy the game, right? Which again, normal stuff to say. And then everyone else, these people, right? The Hypnotics, the Atreuses, the fucking Smash JTs. Like, oh, he was crashed. He crashed out. You guys. He was crashing out. Actually, it might be here.
Everything you see here is from the past.
Shit, these are all the newer ones.
I
So
think
all the
we
old
paused
ones
it.
are missing.
Yeah, it's right here. Right here.
Falo com ele. Viste como Lord Nobunaga olhou para o Diogo?
Sorry, wife. On my thought process today, than you being upset
There it
that
is.
there's a black guy in Assassin's Creed. So shut the fuck up. All right? We're not doing this shit. It's a fucking video game. If you are upset that there's a black guy in a video game, fuck off. I don't want you here. I don't care. Stop. I'm not doing this fucking argument. Every goddamn game these days. Oh, it's woke. Oh, there's a black guy. Oh, there's a trans person. Shut the fuck up. Either play the game or go the fuck outside, bro. It's not that hard. God damn. I've been on this earth 37 fucking years. When I was a kid, guess what? If a game came out and I didn't want to get involved with it, I didn't fucking play with it. I didn't go on the internet and cry like an entitled little child. Wah, 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 wah. The game doesn't have stuff that I want. So shut the fuck up and leave, bro. Are you that much of a fucking loser that you're seeking out streams of a game you don't like just to be like, wah, I don't like this. There's a black guy. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. That's all. This is the only rant. I'm getting this shit out of the way now. Stop. Because any comment, any fucking comment, I'm just gonna ban you.
And they're calling that a crash out. They're calling that a crash out when he told you if you don't like it, if you don't like this game, just go away. Because it's easy. It's a simple thing to do. You don't like something? Yeah, if you don't like something, go away. And like people are like, oh, he's crashing out, he's cussing. Bitch, we cuss all the fucking time, okay? He's crashing out? No, because a crash out is something that comes from, again, black culture, AAVE, if you want to be specific, but someone crashing out is like ruining your life over something insignificant. A crash out is you stabbing your ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend because you didn't want her to move on. That's a crash out. That's a crash out, okay? You have irrevocably ruined your life. What Ethan's doing right now, Ethan Klein from H3H3, is a year-long crash out. Because he is, guess what? Ruining his livelihood over effectively being what? Anti-Hamas, right? He's taking a stance that's indefensible, right? But like he is crashing out over something to such an insane degree. That's what a crash out is. That's what a crash out is, okay? So if I say I'm about to crash out, if I'm joking, that means something insignificant happening, and it's going to elicit an overreaction from me. Like if I go like, if one more person says that Yasuke wasn't real, I'm gonna crash out, right? Like that's what we use to crash out for, not because, oh man, I'm standing on business. This is standing on business, which, by the way, fighting Cowboy, I don't know if you're gonna see this. If you do, respect. I was unfamiliar with their game. I'm so sorry, but that's just someone standing on business, because he, like a lot of us, are tired of these people. All they do is bitch and complain. But see, they will take this and be like, oh, he's crashing out because I'm in his mind. I'm in his mind. I'm in his mind. And it's like, no, dude, you are not in his mind. You're just annoying. Like, you go to back here, right? So again, we're still doing the Assassin's Creed crash out portion of the stream, but like they got 1 million players in the game, right? And then the comments always like, players, but why not users? How many users? What's the sales? I need the sales number. It's like, do the fucking math. 1 million people are playing the game. How many people do you think have access to it? Even if you want to mention Ubisoft Connect or, you know, whatever, it's like, it's not just on Ubisoft Connect, it's on the consoles where Assassin's Creed has always had more sales on. But you look at the comments, they'll be like, is that number accurate? Can we confirm? It's like, we can confirm it, right? And then people making fun of Grumps. Look at this. The Geralt guy, who honestly should be sued by CD Projekt Red. 1 million players. And how many of them are from a subscription service? Even if 1 million of them were from a subscription service. Like, what does that change? It doesn't change the total number. And only 40K on Steam? LOL. Because they think Steam is the only fucking platform. Like, it's always just insanity. Steam charts. Because he thinks 1 million people are getting played on Steam. You know how hard it is to get 1 million people on Steam? Like, unless it's like a PC heavy game, like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, or like a game like Palette or whatever, you're not cracking 1 million people. That's insane. Yeah, people are such like, copy sold. 1 million fucking people are playing it. Like, imagine if I said, you guys, this video that I just posted got 1 million views, and I posted it on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and TikTok, and most of my views come from like YouTube. And someone goes on Twitter and goes, it only got 2,000 impressions on Twitter, so you must be lying. Like, maybe this isn't the main place people go to see my content. Maybe Steam is not the main place console games get their money from. Because I've talked this before. I'm like, okay, if that's the case, Spider-Man 2 is a flop because it didn't sell a bunch of units on PC, as is Death Stranding, as is Grand Theft Auto 5, as is all these other games that were also released on consoles. Like, it's so stupid. Like, we were just talking about how graphics cards are hard to come by. Consoles are easy. Most people have consoles. Even people who have PCs do not have PCs that they can game on. They have PCs they can do word processing on, not video games. They have a Nintendo Switch or an Xbox or a PlayStation. Like, it's like, when did we be so stupid not understand how basic gaming shit works? And then on top of that, the enjoyment of a video game is not dependent on how many copies it sells. Like, that's always been the weird thing to people. Oh, well, it didn't sell 60 trillion copies. Doesn't mean it wasn't enjoyable. Doesn't mean it wasn't fun. Like, not every game's for everyone, obviously. Give me a second. Put some shit away. Where was I? Oh yeah, I just like everyone is like so obsessed with Steam sales. Like it's not the end all be all. Not to mention that nobody talks about celebrating Hogwarts Legacy. Right, like it's just weird to me, like they've become so obsessed with I need to know the Steam numbers before I can say this is a good game or not. And then you have this shit, right? From this racist piece of shit, Elon Musk. Go woke, go broke. And then it's like Assassin's Creed Shadow hits 2 million players, putting on track to be the series' most successful game yet. But it's go woke, go broke. Meanwhile, Elon Musk has lost like how much? Elon Musk net worth? Didn't he lose? I mean, he's so much money. Didn't he? Oh, not net worth. It was Tesla, right? Like he's losing money. This is from last month. $121 billion poor. Elon's net worth has dropped more than $100 billion this year. Like, Elon Musk is taking Tesla's coming smaller and smaller slice of his fortune. Like, this is, but Elon, did you go woke? Did you go woke? Because according to you, if you go woke, you go broke. And you are breaking. And then it's like, oh, this shit got me so wild. This is someone talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? So Hideki Kamiya was talking about like how he was kind of upset like the way Assassin's Creed Shadows is being treated. Like it's being mistreated for no reason. If I can translate it here. Yeah, I felt bad that it was being criticized so much, but I'm glad that it seems to be doing well in both sales and reviews. Assassin's Creed Shadow officially surpassed its 2 million players. Steam's maximum concurrent users also surpassed previous titles. In the UK, it has been reported that the package version sales are the highest this year. And then you had losers coming at him talking about stop pandering and this and this and that. This isn't limited to this case, but while there are a few super intense people who make a big fuss saying, I won't tolerate that, the other majority of normal people who take it as, it's fine, stance are basically silent. I wonder if there's no way to make these normal people equally visible in everything. Like, literally just saying, like, these weirdos online are a vocal minority. And then this guy's like, please stop pandering to foreigners in such a shameless way. It is like you who are full of slave mentality and think I'm happy if I can just make things are holding us back. Guarantee this person's not Japanese. Oh, Domi 88. I don't know, man. Domi 88. 88 number's kind of suspicious. But then Hideki Kamiya responds with this. These kinds of insects are being unearthed one after another, and the blocks are progressing well. Love this, man. So based. And then this loser, there's just Asian stereotype, right? Asian stereotype. And I was like, these are the people calling Assassin's Creed Shadows racist towards Japanese people. Where this guy doesn't agree with Hideki Kamiya, as if Hideki Kamiya is some rando person and not like, you know, creator of Beautiful Joe, of Okami, head of Platinum, like just a rando guy, right? Just a random man. But like, this is how their brains are broken. Then of course you have these losers. You thought it was bad. Wait until you hear what J Viper TV discovered in his research. His research is I made it the fuck up. That's his research. I've seen, hold on, Smash AT. I've seen generally agreed upon sentiment estimate Assassin's Creed Shadows cost Ubisoft somewhere between $250 and $350 million or so. But what if I told you, I can't do your voice anymore. What if I told you there are currently Unsubstantiated rumors of it costing them upwards of $900 million? I would say this game did not cost $1 billion. Would you believe it? 2 hours plus end credits, over 3,000 employees, 5 years of development, endless rewrites, reworking, pointless DEI injections, useless consultants, nearly 20,000 employees, infected games. The never collapse is going to be absolutely catastrophic. What? First off, can we talk about the obsession these losers had over the end credits of the game? It's a 2-hour end credits. It's a credit roll for 2 hours. You don't have to watch it. But the people who worked on the game, and there were a lot of people, are appreciative that their name is put somewhere in the credits. You, as the player, do not have to watch the entire credit roll. I can't remember the last time I legitimately sat through a game's end credits and just watched all of it. They usually give you an option to fast forward or to skip. So if that way to the scene afterwards, you can watch it and not miss out. I do love people who work in video games. I appreciate that, but I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm not sitting through 5 minutes of credits, okay? 2 hours, but you also said over 3,000 employees. So yeah, dude. Like, yeah, it's gonna have a couple of names on the list. But also 5+ years of development. Your buddy Grums is pushing 9 years. Of nothing. Of nothing. Endless rewrites and reworking. Yeah, dude, that's how the creative process works. These people always betray a knowledge of what they don't know. They will always show you how they operate. They don't do rewrites. They don't have a creative process. That's why they get their shit blasted all the time, because they will just run with the rumor that's unsubstantiated and post it and make a video, because they don't understand the process of like reporting or having integrity or wanting to set a certain expectation for your audience of standards. Like, I would hope by now I have built some level of trust with you guys where, like, if I were to tell you something, you could genuinely take it on my word. Like, yes, I looked into it and this is what's going on. This is what's happening. But that's because I hopefully put in the work to let you know that I do this. I don't just post videos every single day, obviously. And I do the work and look stuff up. But Smash AT doesn't. These guys put out 2 to 3 videos a fucking day. And it'll be about something you just heard about. And they'll be like, yep, I have a 20-minute video on this thing that I just found out about the same time you did. Because I gotta milk it, right? Pointless DEI injections and useless consultants. I don't have to even address that. I don't have to even address that. Like, these guys, brains are broken. Even when something like Assassin's Creed Shadow broke PlayStation Store sales record for Ubisoft. But that must means it's no one's showing sales figures. This game keeps breaking so-called records, but it wasn't in top 20 on Steam. They're talking about PlayStation, and they always have to go into Steam. Yeah, right. Won't believe a thing until data proves it. Show us the sales records, which is so hilarious to me because these people are the most allergic to information and data you'll see, but they will constantly request, well, I didn't see the facts. And then they'll follow like Smash AT. Like, it's so fucking funny. The best one, though, if you guys don't know, Colonel Otaku is a white British dude who was LARPing as a Japanese person, got caught, and then admitted to be a white British person LARPing as a Japanese person because he just loved Japanese culture so much, and then continuously acts as if he's a Japanese guy, and is so inept where he was like, Ubisoft is promoting Assassin's Creed Shadows here in Japan in Chinese. No, I'm not joking. If you can't recognize this as Japanese kanji, and you call yourself Colonel Otaku, you are a fake weeb. I have seen enough anime in my life to immediately identify that is Japanese kanji. And also, I know a bit of history. to know that the calligraphy or the characters used in Japan come from China, much like Korea, because they both came from China. They both borrowed that from China. Like that's what happened. That's why their characters are similar. Like that's why especially Chinese and Japanese are very, very, very similar, because it's the same for a lot of them, just repurposed. Like, and he's like, no, I'm not joking, you guys. They put this shit in Chinese because yes, Ubisoft is so inept, that they wouldn't have people in Japan who could tell them this is not Japanese. They're that stupid. They're that dumb. They thought this was Chinese. They thought it was the same thing. Like it's yeah, Hanzi is written up and down. Yes. Sometimes Japanese is too. Usually if it's like written in like a like in manga, like raw manga stuff, they usually write it up and down. But like yeah, still like it's like even though it's read left to right, but it's like yeah, it's done different vertically. And it's just like this is very clearly not Chinese characters though. This is very clearly kanji. In Assassin's Creed Shadows is reportedly the second biggest launch in the franchise behind Valhalla, based on revenue. And Valhalla was big because it came out during COVID. So imagine a game that didn't come out during a holiday season. It came out in fucking March and is already essentially the biggest release we've ever had. Because Valhalla was sort of like at a bubble, right? And it's like, people are going to be like, oh no, this is bad. And then Elon Musk getting ratio by. First off, Grum's being like, Elon's not holding back on Assassin's Creed Shadows and Hasanabi. And it's like, bro, you were so pathetic. You are so pathetic. This shit was so funny to me. This shit was so funny. This is Elon. I blocked Elon Musk and Grums, of course. Grums blocked me too, so a while ago. But is that what the guy playing your Path to Exile 2 account told you was so fucking clutch? And then the double blade assassination where they're showing this is Grums' post here, and they're like, our game is out. Like it's so funny, dude. Like they're just like, our game's out. And then Grums is just like, that's why Grums made that whole like looking up Ubisoft monitors. I know I'm in your heads or whatever. But this assassination by Assassin's Creed is kind of what started the whole everyone looking really into Grums. And so I saved this because apparently Blabs has been anti-Grums, which that makes her slightly redeemable in my eyes. And of course it's just like Stuttering Craig is just watch.
Well, can I just, like, before we put a pin in it, let me just ask you something, if you think Grums is for free speech or not.
I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I haven't really asked him that question.
Well, no, just based off everything you've seen from him.
I don't know. What's that have to do with this conversation?
No, I'm just asking you.
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. It's just a question.
Was this like a gotcha or something that you wanted to
Definitely
have?
not a gotcha. It's just more me asking you your thoughts on it, if you think he's free speech or not.
I guess. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not Grums. I don't know. It's
Okay.
Now, on the surface, that looks very innocuous, right? Looks very innocuous. It's very innocuous. But there's no way you have seen the way Grums talks and how he's all about no censorship and all that shit. And then you'll see him be like, actually censor this. I love censorship when it's things I hate. And no, this man is very clearly not free speech. He's not a free speech person. It's speech for me, not for thee, right? And what Craig is doing here is what we like to call in the business, squirming, because he knows that Grums is a fucking grifter, because so is Craig, but he can't admit that. So he's like, I don't know. Why? Is this supposed to be a gotcha? I don't know. It's like, you don't know the person you've been hanging around with, you've had on your podcast multiple times, is a free speech person or not. If you've never brought it up, you guys talk about censorship. How does that not come up? I don't know. Why you asking me? Like, oh. Here's why I told you guys to keep that other post in mind where he's talking about how essentially the game's not going to sell well and they're worried about losing and they need to convert to Trumpism or whatever. And then you have that. That was what? This is the 27th. That post was on the 18th. So 9 days later. 9 days later, we're hit with this gem. It doesn't matter how well Assassin's Creed Shadows sold because they already had a sweet deal lined up with Tencent to save the company. The sales just fixed the final price and wasn't too much of a swing, but it definitely sounds like Ubisoft will be doing a big reorganization, potential layoffs. This is stupid. This is stupid because that doesn't take away from the fact that the game sold well. But for him, because Ubisoft isn't bankrupt, well, it's because they made so you're saying that Ubisoft and Tencent realized that Assassin's Creed franchise was really vital and the IP is important and successful, so they spun that off into like a different company like that and like 3 other IPs. They spun off to protect it, right? Which means that Assassin's Creed Shadows, according to Grums, fixed the final price and wasn't too much of a swing, but it had to have been. Because if it was a major failure, like you and your ilk have been saying for a year, such a big failure is going to tank the company, then they wouldn't have made the IPs valuable because it tanked the company. So the fact that it didn't do that and it's on pace to be the best-selling one, suddenly it doesn't matter how much Assassin's Creed Shadows sold for, actually, you guys. Even though I spent a better part of a year telling you that this game is going to ruin the company because it's woke and full of DEI and has Yasuke and is racist and I hate it and I hate black people, it doesn't mean that the game's going to do bad. And now it's actually, it sold whatever. It doesn't matter because they had already lined up a buyer. And it's like, okay, so they made a business savvy move in order to continue creating these kinds of games. And now you're mad because you don't get to see the game fail. Like, it makes no fucking sense. And Mighty Kiefer is right. Like, for months, these dudes tried to sell a lie that their ideals were shaping the gaming industry, that they were the reason world companies would go bankrupt, think that they're majority. Now they're doing, we'll get them next time. And it's like, it's so... Is that Indiamon? I said Tencent would bail them out months ago. Don't shift the goalpost, queef. Wow. We both know if the future of the game industry was up to you, you do absolutely nothing and just things get worse because you don't want to lose access. To say Grums or anyone hasn't been instrumental in pushing the industry in a path that have fixed these issues is cope. Nothing was changing until Gamergate 2 began. What? I have not read this. This is insane. This is insane. And look what it's done. So many games have failed that push propaganda. Again, you'll never admit it despite knowing it yourself. Keep jumping on these companies' meat. Maybe they'll send you a free code next time. Don't sit, mind you, Indiamon paid for this game. He paid for this game so he could 100% it. But Mighty Keith was jumping on companies' meat. Anyways, don't sit here not even tagging the people you're criticizing. Stop being a fat, wide nipple, double chin bitch. And at least, first off, you shouldn't be talking. Indiamon, you have no room. You have no room to talk about anyone's looks. You have no room to talk about anyone's looks. Don't have space for it, my guy. You don't have space for it. Your glasses are being bent out of frame by putting it over your face. You don't have space to talk about people, okay? And I could be so much meaner. I could be so much meaner, but I won't be. All right. But I could be, but I won't. If we left the gamers we end up knee deep in this shit, and you know it. You even then you wouldn't criticize it. Knee deep in what? It's keep crying on Twitter. We'll fix game while you sit back on your swamp ass doing absolutely nothing you usually do. We'll fix it. We'll fix gaming. We'll get to the Trump tariff in a second, but like, I just love that. Like, I'm not even sure if Mighty Keith bought or played Assassin's Creed Shadows, to be honest, but Indiamon for sure did. So he actively contributed to the issue that he claims exists, right? He actively purchased the game. This is so funny. I had no idea this gem was just sitting here. Join the winning. Remember what Grum said, you guys. He said, join the winning team. He said it right here. Just let it happen. Let it flow through you. And when you're ready and AC fails, and Assassin's Creed fails, this particular game fails, quit your job and join the winning team. The winning team, which according to Grums, it doesn't matter. The winning team is, we'll get him next time, you guys. We'll get him next time. We'll get him next time. Wokie's losing it. I'm winning too much, getting too loud. Their latest kill shot, doxing, lies, botted. Oh my God, the botted likes. The botted likes. The botted likes. He was caught botting likes. When he got ratioed by the Assassin's Creed account, his likes went from like 18,000 to like 5. That don't happen, okay? He botted his likes. It was so good. They coordinated all this behind locked Discord servers. They didn't, because he's laying west of Kabuki. I got the receipts and they're freaked, ejecting people. This is a massive coordinated. You can't. Why are you so bad at grammar? Why is he so bad at grammar? He allegedly got paid to write his smut, but he can't do basic stuff. It's not coordinated. It's coordinated. It's not whatever. Oh, he did it twice. Oh my God. But they won't stop me. Louder every day and end this fight to the finish. Okay, Master Chief. Replies are verified, pronounced, let them waste their bot money and filter their crap. No, that's not what happened. That is not what happened. Okay? What happened is that he got fucking exposed by Western Kabuki, but before that by MYLP. And then he shut his shit down. When he found out they were finding information about him, he started scrubbing the internet. Also, this was so funny. You know you're getting too effective when an entire web browser company is trying to erase you from the internet. He takes everything. He takes everything as this person's trying to kill you. Which, to be fair, is what all these right-wing grifters do. Anytime they get any sort of criticism, even if it's something as light as like people dunking on them, it's they're out to kill you. They want you dead. They're going to murder your family. And I'm just like, bro, Opera GX just said they don't like you. My team has been putting in 10, 12-hour days over the weekend to get our game going and release a new demo to our backers who are happy we are ignoring the haters and pushing on. Very proud of them. His team. His team, right. This is what his team put out, you guys. Now, I know what you're thinking. ETBN, isn't that very familiar? Isn't that like the last demo he put out? And I'd be like, wow, You guys are very astute. Because yes, that is the same gameplay from April. Look at this. This is 11 months ago, right? So we'll go to, I'll meet it for a second. So let's go to the scene where he's running across the water. Let's go. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I think it's over here. I want to find that exact thing because I want to make sure this is like the same shit. Oh, you know, I know McDizzle did it too, right? God. 4 years ago, they had video footage up here. 4 years ago. Why did it look better 4 years ago? What is this? This is the most action. This is the most action I have ever seen of this game. Welcome back. I'm streaming again. Yes, I am streaming again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is the most action I've seen of this game. And this is from 4 years ago. The sound effects sound very familiar. And so then you have it. So we have McDizzle streamed it. Holy shit. Here's current. This is current build. This is current build. This is with Unreal Engine 5. Please push it over, okay? That guy just sank through this clip through the floor. Something that's always confused me about this game. I thought this was supposed to be like giant mechs fighting kaiju. These mechs are human sized, right? Like, unless he changed his idea, which is fine, to be like, yeah, I'm making more of a human mech suit. These things are so tiny. Like, this is... Did I see that someone beat Grum's losing Ember? Yeah, I saw that. The Cums wrote it. But this is like... Mind you, this is what he put out to silence people who's saying that he wasn't working on his game. Well, that's a lie. He didn't put this out. What he did put out was a tweet. And it was just the images. It was just the image of it. Like, it was literally just like, he just put out like literal. Let me make sure, first and foremost, that nothing here is gonna be like untoward. Don't get banned from. Just scrolling down here. You know, it's like people have to put random shit on this. But okay, no, we're good. 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 We are good. So look, so we have, look, you look here. So we do have the original of him walking through the water, right? Here we have walking through the water. And this was supposed to be like an old build. And then you have it again in the new build. We're going to fix gaming so hard that we're going to gatekeep. Okay, dude. Yeah, gatekeep piece of shit game. And now we have again, this is the new build. Like it's so funny. Like this is just bad. And all he did, from what it looks like, is a lot of this stuff is just baked into Unreal Engine 5. It looks like he just put in some volumetric fog and then changed the skybox to night and just washed it out with a bunch of like bluish purple. And that's it. And maybe he changed the enemies from squares to no, because the swarmers were there already. Yeah, this is just the same shit. This is just literally the same. This is just the same thing. Like this is just the same thing. Eight years, and this is still not a demo. I know it says demo, but it's not a demo. This is 8 years. But Smash AT was complaining about Assassin's Creed Shadow, a game that's come out and has been successful, for taking 5 years. Does that mean that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be a bad game because it took more than 5 years to come out? And if you look, look at this. Is Ember Archive 3 years ago.
You want to see these white box? You want to see these
Mind
white
you,
boxes?
Crumbs,
Yeah.
he's like talking about he's like anti-LGBT and all this shit, and yet his avatar is him in a maid outfit presenting as a woman. Like this is the female form.
Yeah, today we've got a very special show. Remember the Firefall's longest gliding achievement? I'd like to know if people
This is
can actually
from
glide all the way to the end without using.
This is actually more 3 years ago. This is from 2021. This is from 2021, and most changes. Oh my god, dude! And people still pay for this shit. Like this is April 2021. That's insane, dude. That is so insane. Amber Mark Kern plays Amazon New World. Oh my god. This is. I forgot what that damaged avatar. I can never forget about that avatar. It's not gay because of irony or something. Yeah. I'm doing a bit. And then it's like, you look at the character models too, and it's like, how does this relate to, like, how does it relate to anything in terms of the game? It doesn't make any sense. And there's no in-game equivalent. Like, it's so weird. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. This is giving me, but we have armor core and mech core. Here's the thing though. As a concept, right? As a concept. Hey, let's just show my face for a second so we can, you know. So like, as a concept, having an MMO RPG with mecha sounds cool, right? It sounds cool, it sounds sick, it sounds awesome. But we know in reality, in practice, he doesn't know what he's doing at all. He has no idea what he's doing. So we are seeing a man who doesn't know what he's doing in an environment which we have seen what a successful game looks like, right? Like, we know, for example, like you guys mentioned like Mecha Break and like Armored Core and stuff. We know what a mecha game's supposed to look like and how it handles. I don't know if we've ever seen like, besides maybe like what, Phantasy Star Online? Like, have we seen an MMO mecha game before? Like, I'm sure we have. Gundam Warriors Online. Okay, let me see what this is about. But even like the Gundam game online, it looks like it's handheld, right? It's a, yeah, I don't think we really see mecha MMOs, right? They're not really, probably not really like that popular. But I'd have to assume they aren't that popular because it's hard to do it in a way that conveys their size and scope, because that would be such a CPU intensive thing to undertake, right? Like, you are trying to show the scale of these gigantic monstrosities. Because I was like, Fantasy Star Online too, yeah, but it's like, you think of mecha, you think of like Xenoblades, you think of, Xenogears or Xenoblade, whatever. You think of like Zoe, right? Those are all mecha games. They are not MMOs. You think of these games though, because like they have the scope down. Like they have the scope, right? But if you're doing an MMO, you have to scale down those figures so you can have like the terrain present and you can have like other people there, because it's an MMO. You have a lot of things happening. That's why you look at MMOs, and I know I've said this before, you look at MMOs, you look at like a game like World of Warcraft that has a lot of shit happening. It's not that graphically intense. The character models aren't super detailed because they can't be, and it's necessity, right? You might have a game like Black Desert Online, but those are not massive multiplayer online games. Those are not games where it's like, oh, hey, by the way, here's a giant mech you're going to be in, because no one can run it. So I was always confused why he was so adamant about like, hey, I need this to be a MMO RPG, but also it's going to be a mecha, but also this, but also that, when that's not feasible given the technology. Because you look at like Mecha Break and it's like, yeah, that's an online like free-to-play extraction type shooter game, whatever, right? But it understands the genre. You won't be able to get away with this shit in that genre. Because MMOs go nuts. Oh, of course, right. The whole thing. By the way, it's so strange to me that he's like, I'm the voice of the gamers. I understand you guys. I also hate Ubisoft because they do lots of like microtransaction. That's disgusting and that's gross and whatever. But then his whole thing was like, here's my website. By the way, you have to pay me monthly access and you won't be able to delete it for like forever or until recently. And it's just like, it's so like, it's just so hypocritical to me, which is why I did the whole video on his hypocrisy that I think you guys liked. I think you guys, let me see, we had, what did it go? 3,000? Yeah, that's almost all of my subscribers. Yeah, I think you guys like this video. But it's like, that's why I made this video, because I was like, it's fucking insane. It's insane. Also, I do find it funny that like, if I go on the ask thing and it's like, what's this video about or whatever, right? Why am I criticizing Grumps? Let's see if this AI knows why I'm criticizing Grumps. Because he's a hypocrite and a scammer. The video argues that Grumps' behavior is problematic and that his supporters are complicit in his actions. Okay. Okay, AI, fair. But like, that's why I made this video, because I was like, it's insane to me, especially after the whole thing with Western Kabuki. It's insane to me that this guy gets so much like coverage, like not like people are talking to him, but it's coverage like people aren't talking about him because he's one of theirs. And I'm like, he does everything you say you hate about Ubisoft, and then some, because Ubisoft, at the very least, puts out a game. What is a new YouTube feature? Well, yeah, there's a new YouTube feature where if you're like watching a video, you can just summarize it. Like on mobile, it asks you, you can actually see like, hey, what's this video about? And sometimes I use it to look at my own videos to see like if it's even fucking accurate. Most of the time, not, but lately it's been better. Jesus. My output is so all over the place. I mean, I know the answer is capitalism, but yeah, it's capitalism. We're living, listen, I don't even know if I can like opt out of that, but there's of course there's AI on YouTube because YouTube's owned by, you know, Google. Google loves AI. But like, and so the whole Grums thing where he's talking about like, oh, he's here to help gamers or whatever, and then he always brings up Trump. Like, Grums loves Trump. You saw in the post, we want you guys to convert. He wants Ubisoft to convert to being Trumpers, right? And I found that to be hilarious because of the Nintendo Direct. Now we're going to talk about a little bit of Nintendo. I am sure by now you guys are aware of what happened during the Nintendo Direct. But if you're not, don't worry. We can go over this. So, what happened is that Nintendo had a pretty good Direct, actually. They showed clips of Hollow Knight Silk Song, which is literally all I needed to do, and people have been on board. But they also showed shit like the new Donkey Kong game coming out, and they talked about the specs of the Nintendo Switch Pro, Nintendo Switch 2, and they showed games. Overall, 9 out of 10 Direct. The reason why I wouldn't call it a 10 out of 10, because even though I'm not a huge Nintendo person, I wouldn't call it 10 out of 10 because they didn't tell you how much it was going to cost, which is where the other shoe drops. Nintendo originally said that it was going to cost like $450 because of the tariffs. So Trump put out tariffs against basically the entire country, not understanding how tariffs works and using trade deficit numbers from literally ChatGPT to come up with these percentages, which is why you had like certain countries getting hit with like 64% tax increases or tariff rate increases. And so to anticipate that, Nintendo pushed a lot of their manufacturing from like Japan and China to Vietnam to avoid the tariffs. And that's why that was the price. So let's read a little bit. Let's get a little of the numbers. A little bit of the numbers here. Nintendo said Friday that pre-orders for the company's hotly anticipated Switch 2 game console will be delayed following President Donald Trump's announcement this week of sweeping new tariffs. Pre-orders for Nintendo Switch 2 in the United States will not start until April 9th. In order to assess the potential impacts of tariffs on the evolving market conditions, a Nintendo representative told CNBC. Go away. Nintendo will update timing at a later date. The launch of June 5th is unchanged. It is March. Sorry, it's April. It's April right now. That's 2 months. Literally from today, from this stream, in 2 months, Nintendo Switch 2 will be available in America. Okay? And the thing too is here, Vietnam was hit with a 56% tariff and China is now at 54%. Nintendo hasn't said which new consoles will be made. Nintendo also didn't say if they would raise the price of the console, which was announced earlier this week to be $450 in the US. A trade group focused on electronic manufacturing estimated Friday the game consoles prices could rise by 50% due to tariffs announced this week. 50%, you guys. And if we want to do, we want to do a little bit of quick math, right? That would make this console $675. A 50% increase. Because half of 450 is this is fucking. That's insane. That's insane. That's insane, dude. This should be more expensive than the PS5. Like, right? Because the PS5 was what? Like eight? No. Like normally, yeah, it was $499 or $700. That's insane, dude. You're approaching like it. So it's higher than the base edition, and it's almost as expensive as the Pro edition. That's just the base edition. This is just the base Switch. So if it goes up 50%, as they estimate, not for sure, but could, you're looking at, yeah, $675. And so that's where you guys, I don't know if you guys are aware what's happening now. I don't think it's happening right now, but Nintendo, which Nintendo Switch fans are literally marching against President Trump because of the tariffs. Like, mind you, other normal people who don't care about video games are also marching, but like there are literal Nintendo Switch like people, like Nintendo fans, marching against him. The hands-off protest. Like Nintendo, I want to see if it's on Twitter. I saw it. People literally were like, people were literally like in the streets protesting him. Yeah, here we go. Thousands of Nintendo fans gathered in the U.S. today against Donald Trump. No more taxes. They want a cheaper Switch 2, shout the protesters. Donald Trump is yet to speak out because he's waiting for pre-sales to begin to purchase his Nintendo Switch. That's a joke. But this is real. Like, people were literally part of the marches were people literally out there. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy if you aren't me. Because you know what? I'm not the bigger person here. I fucking told you guys. I told you guys 4 months ago. 4 months ago. What did I say? What did I say 4 months ago?
Properly for that, right? And you're going to have the
what was that again?
consoles go up. Harassment and crunch without being compensated properly for that.
right? And you're going to have the price of consoles go up for no reason other than a dumbass tax plan that from a person who doesn't understand tariffs. So there's a lot of people who are claiming victory right now, especially in the online grifter space. They're so happy, they're excited, but they do not understand that they're going to get fucked over like the majority of us because this affects everyone. This is not good. You're going to be paying more money at the end of the day across the board. Tariffs are a national tax. Like you're going to have to pay it, because if you're going to pay for anything that gets imported, like video games, you're going to get that cost. I would prefer games not be more expensive. I'd prefer consoles. Oh man, not more
someone
expensive.
should have listened to this guy who was smart, and he said this shit would happen. Like literally posted this shit 4 months ago. And I had people calling me, where was it? Someone said I was doing a psyop. Let's be fair, a lot of people in my comment section were like, this is terrible. But like a lot of people were like, you're doing a psyop. You are. Also, it's gonna be really funny. It's Project 25 tries to come from Nintendo. Oh, Soul Black Eye, you in this chat right now? Soul, are you in this chat? Because I'm not laughing. This happened. This happened actually. This is like this is it was I told y'all. I told y'all. I told everyone. I tried to reach as many people as I could. Only like 6,000 of you guys saw it. So 6,000 guys are safe. But everyone else, I try to tell y'all. Been trying to tell y'all this shit's gonna hit everyone. And then you see people like fucking, where is he? The quartering. The same people, mind you, who were complaining about how Biden's ruined the economy because the Dow's down 1,200 points. Now it's down like fucking 5,000 in 2 days. Who was like, yeah, Trump's gonna make gaming better and for everyone. Now it's actually, you don't need a new iPad. You don't need a new cell phone. You don't need a new video game console. You want them. There's a big difference. And if you look at the people whining about the tariffs, I challenge you to ask them how their lives have been affected in any way. You have to be a giant dumbass to not understand how tariffs would affect your day-to-day life. Like, we can agree on that, right? You have to be insanely stupid to not understand how these tariffs could affect your day-to-day life. It is a literal tax on everything. We import everything. My phone is made from parts from like China and like Korea. This computer, the thing that you guys are watching me on right now, the thing that the quartering uses for his job as a content creator on YouTube, is all of this. It's going to be affected. Groceries are going to be affected. Like all of this. This is why, if you guys notice a theme on my page recently, where I was talking about, you know, stuff like empathy and like how we are discussing things with people and like what happened to Sid and Valkyrie and all the other shit, I'm trying to prime people to understand like it's all connected. Your extreme lack of empathy for others allowed you to vote for a man who's also non-empathetic, who would do things without any consideration how it would affect people immediately. And you are the people being affected, but you're so lacking in empathy that you think it won't happen to you, but as long as other people suffer, it's fine. That's why I made this video calling Asmongold a loser, the internal victim complex of the anti-woke. This video is probably like just a good, if you guys haven't seen it, it's just a good culmination of like all their tactics and stuff. But like, that's why I talk about this stuff. Why do black people get this kind of reactions? How I deal with trolls. All this stuff is related. Because this is now where we're at. You now have people who again, I did that whole video when I was talking about Project 2025. The majority of that video was me trying to reach gamers at an empathetic level, and then at the end going, but if you're not going to be moved by empathy, let me go to your selfish needs. Your games are going to cost more money. And now we're seeing that. It's a grand scale, right? We were trying to be empathetic with them and let them understand, hey, people are hurting, and these policies they're passing that are hurting people who are like queer or trans or, you know, women in their autonomy. That's bad for everyone. You had trans people telling you, if you make these bathroom laws that lets people decide who can go into what bathroom, you are effectively creating ugly laws where you're saying, you don't look like a woman, so I'm going to inspect you and I'm going to be violent towards you because I don't think you look like a woman, right? Like, that's the slippery slope. That's where we are right now here. Everyone thought, oh, it's just video games. It's not that serious, Mike. But the rhetoric is the same. And now that gamers are finally having to pay attention because it's affecting them, now it's, wait a minute. I voted for Trump because I thought he was based and he was going to get rid of the illegals. And I want to trigger the libs. But now my Nintendo Switch is going to cost $700? I don't like that. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, and the quarterback has been losing money left and right. Like, I don't want to hear about that guy, but like, wait. Anti-woke people are hating on the Devil May Cry animated series. What? No, that cannot be true. Why? Why are they hating on Devil May Cry? What could Devil May Cry, what could it possibly do? What could it possibly, wait, this Devil May Cry? Hold on, wait.
This, gentleman, is your primary objective. He's a top-level threat. Engage him with the full brunt of your firepower.
I work better with music.
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort.
Here we stand, the threshold of a new age. The age of the demon.
What?
My army is about to descend on this city, causing unimaginable death. Unless Dante comes to meet us first.
Me against an entire army. Sounds easy enough. Let's dance.
Well, I'm gonna mute it 'cause I don't want to get fucking copyrighted. But like, how is this? How is this? What? It's because there's women in it? Like, what are they mad about? There's no way. This is from the same studio that did Devil May Cry. I mean, that did Castlevania. You're telling me they don't like this? I could understand if it was like, I'm a big DMC fan and it goes against the lore or whatever, and they changed how like Lady and Dante met. Like that, I could understand we wouldn't like it, but like, there's no way they're big Devil May Cry fans, so I don't know why they'd be so upset. Not following the source material. Oh my god, dude. If your biggest complaint about an adaptation is not strict adherence to the source material, I will always say, didn't just go read or watch the source material or play the source material. It's so strange to me that people do not understand that adaptations are not one-to-ones because they have a different medium, so they aren't able to tell the story in the exact same way. A video game is interactive. They can put bullshit in there that we like because our gamer brains get triggered because we're interacting with it. But if it's a TV show, we're not going to be able to be like, oh, this is the level where, no, they have to tell a fucking story. And most of the story gets told through the cutscenes. And you can't just watch a bunch of disconnected cutscenes, because in video games, the cutscenes are connected by the actual gameplay that you're doing, right? Like, I don't know. I'm going to rant. It makes me so upset. I'm just like, dude, like, adaptations are always going to cut corners. They're always going to make things a little bit leaner because they have to. It's supposed to, but the true goal of an adaptation, in my eyes, is to get you to want to dive into that universe. There might be a bunch of people now who are like, let me go play Devil May Cry. This is really cool. And they get to learn, oh, this is actually what really happens, right? Same thing with anime. Same thing with Marvel movies. These are adaptations of both comic books and mangas. You want to see how Spider-Man actually is, and you're a big MCU fan, go read the comics. You love One Piece, but you think the pacing's too bad? Go read the comics or go read the manga. Like, that's what it's supposed to get you to do. You like the Harry Potter movie or the Lord of the Rings movies? Cool. Go read the Silmarillion. Go read the Harry Potter books. Actually, don't. J.K. Rowling sucks. But, like, complaining about that is so fucking stupid, dude. Like, that's like... Oh, if it's because of the voice acting shit, I don't care. People gotta understand something too, dude. Like, I support voice actors, I do, especially dub ones, because a lot of losers are like, only Japanese dub actors are bad. But, like, the voice actor for Dante, I'm fairly confident, actually. Yeah, Ruben, oh, I'm not reading Browning in the comics, you kidding? Newsweek. Because I remember there was some sort of controversy around him. Okay. What does this have to do with... Hold on. What does this have to do with Ruben? Wait. Okay, here we go. Ruben Langdon is voice actor for characters of Street Fighter V, The Last of Us, and recently played Dante in the critically acclaimed Devil May Cry 5. He's been playing since 2003's Devil May Cry 3. Interview includes Hero Hay and the Yellow Flash. Oh my god, dude. Fucking red flag. They brought Langdon onto a live stream and he decided to share his feelings on Black Lives Matter and Me Too movements. The Me Too and Black Lives Matter movement are never going to end. It's just going to be constantly throwing people under the bus. It just creates more conflict than what we've already been through. We need to start telling ourselves a new story and move forward in a new way. By our interview, Flash brings up Mgnunga, and that's Landon. Later interview, Landon would pivot to the Trump administration and potential relationship with Russian government. The whole Russian collusion thing, how many years have we been going on about this and there's still no evidence? We're in this era of let's just make up a bunch of stuff and we get it out there in the media and enough people believe it. It's all that we need. I'm not a Trump supporter or a hater. I look at the evidence. Langdon has a long history of courting controversy as a firm believer in UFOs and extraterrestrials. The International UFO Congress website describes Langdon as a truth speaker and the director of spiritual and conscious raising transformational multimedia projects. In 2013, he helped put together the citizen hearing on disclosure that, according to his website, claimed to bring together researchers, activists, and military witnesses representing 10 countries. He's also a firm believer in QAnon. Well, there we go. That is literally not bearing the light. Bearing the lead. What the fuck? Like that's that, but buddy, that's like what? Like that's a huge. Like that's a. I would. Yeah, but who? Okay, now I'm curious. Who's Joey Cayman? He was in Devil May Cry 5, but who was he? He plays Morrison? Wait. Devil May Cry 5 Morrison. He's black, I believe, in Devil May Cry 5. So, wait a minute. This dude who does blackface, they hired him to play a black guy? Oh. I know I'm late. I know I'm late on this. This is from 2019, but holy shit, dude. Wait a minute. What? White American voice actor Joey Cayman, who plays Morrison in Capcom's recently released Devil May Cry 5, removed the video in which he dons blackface, pretends to be black, and says the N-word in the video. Cameron also pulled a video in which he wears a wig and makes transphobic jokes. What? Cameron kind of scrutiny after recent era user Skittles highlight the fact that Morrison, the only person of color in Devil May Cry 5, is played by a white man who dons black. What? Oh. What the fuck? That, oh. Oh. How did I even get here? How did we get here? Weren't we just talking about, oh, because someone mentioned that Devil May Cry anti-woke people. And now why is he playing a black guy? What's going on? I thought we were done with this. Like, oh man. Oh man. Listen, Devil May Cry 5 still slaps, but like, wasn't I talking about the Switch? I was. Yeah. So like, the Switch costing almost $600 potentially, or $675 potentially. Well, yeah, we're doing a hard pivot back because I can't keep going down that thought process. But these guys who were so like, oh yeah, the Trump tariffs are gonna be a good thing. It's gonna be good for gaming. It's gonna be great for video games. And it's like, obviously it's not. Obviously it's not. This is like, that's why you have this is the chat room, by the way, for Nintendo Treehouse. The day later, it was people going, drop the price, 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 increase the price. They're talking about the price of the games because, oh, that's another thing too. The Nintendo Switch 2 has been weird because of like the game pricing is kind of scary because I believe people were looking at like footage that had like, oh, it's cost $90, but they were like, that's only wait, what? Nintendo Switch 2 launches June 5th at $630. Oh, in Canada. This is in Canada. This is in Canada. This is in Canada. This is in Canada. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, they didn't announce the price there. But like, yeah, like the games. Here we go. There's a lot of misinformation about the games, like how much the games themselves are going to cost. First party Switch 2 games, including re-releases, all run either $70 or $80. All Nintendo's titles see an increase from the $60 Switch for status quo. Yeah, because I first had heard that like only certain games were going to be like $80. Right? Yeah, here. That doesn't mean that $80 is the starting price for all Switch 2 games. Donkey Kong Bonanza, slated for a near launch of July 17th, so it's going to be $70. And Breath of the Wild is going to be $70. Nintendo hasn't explained what makes a $70 game worth $70 or $80 or $80 games like Mario Kart. Yeah, so like it's not every game is going to be $80 or whatever, but I think they're doing essentially like dynamic pricing, right? So if you guys are unfamiliar, dynamic pricing is really the concept of adjusting price based off of its demand. So if something is in like high demand, they might jack up the price. If it's in low demand, they might lower the price. Typically, they're going to jack up the price. So it sounds like you're doing something more of that. Like, yeah, Mario Kart's going to be 80 or 90, but Donkey Kong will make it 70. Zelda, maybe 70 or 80. The weirdest thing to me, though, is the physical cartridge. Because it's not physical. What they're doing is a game key. They're going to do a game key for it. Nintendo has revealed that physical copies of certain games on new Switch 2 console will be game key cards, requiring a download before they're playable. Inserting the game key card for any of these games brings up instructions on the Switch 2's home screen of how to download them. Which I guess, according to like people I've talked to, like they have done this for other games. You know, like here we go. On modern consoles like PS5 or Xbox Series X, the physical copies of the game that don't include the game are more prevalent. For example, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 on PS5 required a 150 gigabyte download at launch, while only 72 megabytes of data was included on the disc. So this isn't something exclusive to Nintendo, but I fucking hate the idea of buying physical media only for that to be a step into getting the game. I don't want to buy a CD or a cartridge if that CD and or cartridge only gives me the instructions on how to download the game. Because now I'm paying more, because you always pay more for physical, you're paying more to get the exact same tool. Like you buy physical to avoid the downloads, right? Like if I want to buy a physical copy of a game for my consoles, I want to do that so I don't have to install the game into my console. But now every game is, you have to install it, which also puts a fear in me that we truly are in the age where we don't own anything. If a game has to be downloaded, that means the game can be delisted. That means that the game could change its rights and suddenly you have access to it, right? We've seen that 100 times on digital storefronts where like, what was it? Activision had lost their rights to the Spider-Man license. So like all like the Amazing Spider-Man games and everything before that done by like Beanox or produced by Activision, Web of Shadows, those were inaccessible. You couldn't buy them on PC anymore. You couldn't get them on Steam. You couldn't get them on Microsoft Windows Store or anything like that. The games still exist, but because the rights lapsed, you couldn't access them legally. How much higher do you think it will get with these tariffs accounted for? Honestly, okay, so here's I'm putting on my conspiracy cap. Slightly, like a little bit tilted. Think of more like a TI style. Not fully on, but it's present. I think this was always going to happen, but the tariffs provide an excellent coverage for the companies to do that. Because you guys heard the rumors, right, about GTA 6 potentially. I know it was one analyst, but still, GTA 6 potentially costing $100, and how that was insane, unheard of. But then we started seeing games like, well, this is even worth $70 now. That's only a $30 difference. And if there was any game that could have released for $100, it'd be Grand Theft Auto 6. But now you're seeing, because of the tariffs, companies across the board, outside of video games, I'm talking about like grocery stores, everything, they can now jack up their prices like they always wanted to, but then just say, well, it's because of the tariffs, right? Like Target might jack up their shit to like $14 for like a loaf of bread. Well, because we import the wheat or whatever, right? Like, and they could lie to you and you wouldn't know. So I think that like we're going to see, especially in the tech side, a lot of prices go up. And it is kind of funny that Nintendo was the first one to pull the trigger on it, considering the fact that Nintendo's often been associated with much more affordability because they didn't get into that arena of, powerful processors, GPUs, OLED displays and all that shit. That was always from Microsoft and Sony. Those were the ones who were like, we're going to eat up all the graphical power. We're going to show you how fucking strong and muscular our processors are. And Nintendo was like, here's a Wii, right? But now they're like, okay, we're going to get into this game for real. Which part of me thinks it's because of the Steam Deck, honestly. But still, now they're like, okay, we're going to have like 4K capabilities. Actually, let's look at the Nintendo Switch specs. I'm sure Digital Foundry's got to have done one, right? They would not be Digital Foundry if they didn't do that. Yeah, okay. An hour and 50, no, okay, we're not looking at that hard. I'll just do an article. Okay, so like Nintendo Switch 2 has a 7.9-inch 1080p LCD touchscreen with 120 Hz refresh rates. This is a bunch of boring shit no one cares about, I know. But like, just letting you know, like they're trying to, like I said, I think they're trying to compete with the Steam Deck. Even though I heard the Switch 2 has less battery life than the original Switch. But I kept my Switch mostly docked, doesn't really matter, but still something to point out. Custom NVIDIA processor. So the public could target up to 120 frames per second. Some games, a handheld mode was 60 frames per second, and yeah, at 4K. Yeah, it's like sorry. So yeah, like they are announcing, they are competing with the Steam Deck. They want to go for 120 frames per second. They want to go 4K 60. They want to have an NVIDIA processor with DLSS and ray trace. Like they are announcing they are no longer doing the affordable approach. Like, no, we're gonna fucking go hard. We're doing this now. You guys were joking about us for years and how we're so out of date, and so now we're okay, fuck it. And now you're seeing Nintendo trying to take the lead on this. And like, yeah, it's gonna cost fucking $600. And what? For the first time as PC player, I feel the potential of competing with Nintendo. It looks like Nintendo's experimenting with making their own PC someday. I think, again, the TI conspiracy hat is still on. I think Nintendo is starting to realize that, much like Xbox and PlayStation, that they are reaching the limit of exploiting their audience, right? That's what they do. These companies exploit their audiences to get more money from us, right? By way of exclusives, new technology, what have you. But Nintendo's audience is I would say more so than even like Xbox and Xbox and Sony. Nintendo's audience probably has a bigger overlap with like people who are on TikTok all day or like on social media all day, right? There's competition now. And the competition isn't just with other game companies, but now it's like I can go on my phone and within 2 seconds, boop, 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 put my passcode. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. I'm on TikTok. I'm on whatever, and I can waste thousands of hours. I would normally be on my Nintendo Switch or on my Xbox or on my PlayStation, right? So these companies are finding ways to have internal growth. What Xbox is doing, they're doing the whole anything's an Xbox. Xbox everywhere. You can play Xbox on your phone, on your TV, on your fucking computer, on your fucking PlayStation. You can play Xbox games on PlayStation. You want to have as many people playing Xbox as possible, because the only other way for them to have line always go up is you just charge more. You just literally just squeeze the value of your audience. PlayStation seems to be okay with just squeezing the audience. And I think Nintendo's reached an impasse because Nintendo really made its bones like in the more recent generation with the Wii. Outside of, there was no TikTok or anything like that to really take away those hours from them, are now realizing that like, no, there are people who are just gonna fucking go on TikTok all day. Like we have to now reach into that other audience, which is like, I'm only gonna play a game if I can get 120 frames a second, right? The PC audience, so to speak. If you're a PC gamer, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Where you're looking at fucking computers, you're looking at digital foundry videos, you're looking at GPU comparisons, seeing how many frames does this get on this build, on this setup, on this thing, right? Nintendo is very obviously trying to reach into that market, which is why The Verge is very obviously comparing those two products, because they kind of match up spec for spec in a sense. And that's strange for Nintendo. I saw someone talking about how Nintendo games on the Switch 2 look like PS4 games. That's fucking good for Nintendo. This is the same Nintendo that couldn't run Skyrim. You know what I mean? Like, and now they're running Cyberpunk 2077. Like, this is the win. The Switch has 250 gigabytes of internal storage. With expanded slots for micro SD cards. Like this is legitimately, I would say this is the most beefy Nintendo has been since the Super Nintendo came out. Like, and the biggest advantage that the Switch 2 is going to have, obviously, is the access to the Nintendo library. The Switch 2 supports almost all original Switch games. Like look at this. You talk about resolution handheld, on just stats alone, it beats the Steam Deck. Steam Deck only rendered 1280 by 800. This can do full 1920 1080. Obviously, Steam Deck, though, has way higher resolutions, but cheaper price on Nintendo Switch 2, unless you're in America. Comparable storage size to the Steam Deck LCD. Same sort of expansion slots. Like, it doesn't beat battery life, obviously, but like it's pretty comparable. And it's $449. It's cheaper than the Steam Deck OLED, and only like less than $100 more expensive than the Steam Deck LCD. Sorry, I was ignoring you guys. I'm a bad streamer. Dude, is Nintendo popular with cozy gamers? They're all on TikTok. Yeah. Next thing is, every big dev will have a PC storefront. Oh, for sure. Metro points going on Halo turn or something. The one thing I like about Nintendo Switch 2 is that it's more powerful. Yeah, like but you know, like what you said about Astaro, about Nintendo's popular with cozy gamers. Yes, that's because that was Nintendo's brand. Like okay, if you think of the three big companies, right? I guess the only console companies, Nintendo was always associated with like nostalgia and cozy. Even when Nintendo tried to break away from that, that's kind of been just stuck to them. You look at Xbox, you're thinking Call of Duty. You're thinking first-person shooters, right? You look at PlayStation, you're thinking of single-player narrative stories. Like that's the brand they've attached to them, which is why Sony puts out a lot of well-performing, from a technical standpoint, single-player narrative games, right? You have God of War, you have Spider-Man, you have Uncharted, you have Last of Us. I know a lot of that is coming from Naughty Dog, but like they promote their single story play. A Stellar Blade, right? Like that's what they're known for. And you look at Xbox, it's like, yeah, bro, I want to shoot some things. I want to play Call of Duty. I want to play Halo. I want to play any sort of first-person shooter. You think of Xbox. Even like sports games too, like Madden. You think really of Xbox, right? And then you have Nintendo, which was always like cozy kitty. So that's where they're starting from. But now cozy kitty is competing with TikTok more so than Shooty McShooter and narrative story game guy. So they now have to appeal to the Shooty McShooty and the narrative story genre guy, which is why the games we're talking about here too, like, yeah, you're gonna get the Nintendo game, but they're also bringing Cyberpunk 2077. That's to appeal to more of like the little bit of the hardcore shooty guys, right? Also the narrative guys. Like they're not just focusing on Nintendo properties, which typically Nintendo does when they announce a new console. It's usually like, here's Zelda, here's Kirby, here's Mario, here's Donkey Kong, here's, you know, all of our people. And then maybe an indie. This one's like, yeah, here's fucking Skyrim. here's Cyberpunk 2077. Because letting you know, like, we know that these are the beefy games you guys are used to, and now we can play beefy games. So come on over to Nintendo. It's like a Death Row Records. If you don't want people getting up on stage and dancing, come on from Death Row. This is that. If you want cozy games, but also want to rip someone's head off, come over to Nintendo. We can do that now. Like, that's kind of what it screams to me. But I don't think PC really has that problem, because the PC gaming sphere is very insulated. It's very insulated. Like, you're really a specific kind of person plays on PC, and that is a person that cares about performance. Okay? If you don't give a shit about performance, you're really not going to play on PC. You're going to have a console you like, maybe all of them. Listen, before I became predominantly, at this point, exclusively a PC gamer, I had a PlayStation 4, I had an Xbox One, and I had a Nintendo Switch. In fact, my Nintendo Switch is still up here on its dock somewhere, because I didn't give a shit about that stuff. I just want to be able to play the games. But then when you get into like PC, you get to build your own console, so to speak. You get to customize things you can't really customize. You get mods. Then you start caring about performance, and now you're like, I can't go back to just consoles. But like, the PC market is very, very like well protected in terms of like its audience. It's the consoles that are struggling. That's why you're not seeing like, I mean, granted, there's not really like PC companies that are like an equivalent to consoles, right? Like they just build PCs, like they build it for gaming, but it's not like this is like Alienware, and Alienware has its own gaming console. It's like, we just build a PC. You can still go on the internet and do other shit with it, but it's a PC you can play games on. That's kind of like the selling point for PC too. Like PC really doesn't have to worry about all this shit. I just imagine Mario up in Cyber 2077. Probably. That's another thing they could do. They could do what they did with, what game was that? Where you could get like, I know it was like a Wii game they did that too, but I'm pretty sure there's other games where you could have like unlocked, no, Bayonetta. Since they did publish Bayonetta 3, they were like, yeah, you can totally, you know, or 2 and 3, you can totally have like her dress up as Link. You could have V dress up as Mario. Like you probably could do that. I'll just have my way of playing Switch 2 titles one way or another. If you know, look, just price Nintendo just killed physical media. I am surprised. Obviously, the game that surprises me the most is Duskblood, right? Like that's like it's insane to me that this is Nintendo Switch exclusive. Because like, first off, you cannot be a FromSoft game, use the word blood in your title, look like this, and not expect people to go, oh my god, it's Bloodborne 2.
I give you my blood.
Although I'm not a big fan of being PvPvE.
My life. Turn a wheel and transport him to a night of
Like this looks comparable to like a PS4, which I think it looks fine. Like that's like this part here when I was like, oh, is this like Elden Ring type shit? Because this is very clearly like Elden Ring. This is like the Atlas Plateau up here, or Aldous Plateau. Like this is definitely Elden Ring assets being used here, which is fine. Games use assets all the time. These characters though look fucking sick. Like her especially. You kidding me? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw this, I was like, oh, this is Bloodborne 2 because like moon presence, maybe like a different version of the moon presence. No. They just like big, gigantic moon-like objects. Castlevania on drugs. Wait, who is she? Chat, who is she? Chat, hear me out.
Close your eyes and contemplate now the moon, as befits the soon to depart.
I pray that you are able, carrier of blood.
Like you're telling me this isn't Bloodborne? Like you're telling me this isn't Bloodborne?
The moon tears will flow for one, and one alone.
What the fuck is this? Is that a rat bird? Wait, what with those bedroom eyes? What's happening here? Nah, look at you. Tell me. You tell me. This is not Vegemite. You tell me some programmer, some artist was not given directions to be like, hey, I want you to draw a winged rat creature, but also make it look like wants to take you out tonight. And maybe if you're lucky and play your cards right, they'll take you back home. Like, you look at this. I'm not a furry. Don't look. No, look. Look at the slow pan. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Like, oh, I'm sleeping and, oh, I didn't notice you there. Let me slightly tilt my head. And then just look at those lashes. And not, like, is it smiling? What the fuck? What is happening? Don't judge me. I didn't make this trailer, okay? I didn't do that. I didn't do this. Don't say you don't see it. No. No, I'm not insane. I'm not insane. I'm not insane. Look at this. Look at the mouth, the way the mouth kind of curves, almost imitates a smile. And then the way they open their eyes, that lash game, the beautiful eyes, come on. The fact that it was like asleep, it's like, oh, I didn't notice you. This is absolutely, oh, I didn't notice you were there. Like, oh, I just happened to pose candidly and see the camera. Like, this is, no. Because if it's an animal, why is it not just like getting up and moving? You guys know. No, it's not just me. There's no way. Anyways, it is just weird that Nintendo got a Bloodborne 2 before Sony could do it. Like, this is insane. No one in the comments is understanding me. No one's getting it. No one's. Like someone else. Listen, there's a lot of comments here. I'm not going to go through all of it, but I'm sure people understand. I'm not weird. Okay? No one knows that pointed it out. No, people notice. Listen, there's just so many comments. There's just so many comments. There's so many comments. There's literally thousands of comments, right? 8,000 comments. I'm sure someone noticed the bedroom eyes of that. I'm sure someone noticed that. In fact, I'm positive someone noticed that, not just me. Because it's a thing that anyone with eyes can see. Okay? You know what? You know what? You know what? Stop playing on me. Y'all play too much. Someone's gonna be like, I too also noticed this, but I wasn't brave like you to say it. I am brave for noticing these things, okay? But no, like, it is crazy to me that the Nintendo Switch 2 went from not being able to run Skyrim until Nintendo Switch, a game that you can literally run on your fucking refrigerator, to like, yeah, we have Bloodborne 2 at home now. we are much closer to the Bloodborne card thing. You think, oh my god, that's true. That's true. Imagine if they're like, the new Mario Kart game has characters from FromSoft. But if that's the case, I hope Bunlith will get a shout out on that. Honestly, the rest of the Nintendo of America, the rest of the stuff, I'm not really sure what other games they showed. I know it was the Donkey Kong Bonanza and Bravely Default. Yeah, everyone thought Bravely Default was like Final Fantasy IX, I think. Hyrule Warriors, Age of Imprisonment. Okay, so it wasn't like a ton of stuff. Wait, High on Life? Metro 4 Beyond. Thunderfolk. Yeah, I think like most of the stuff focused around like the new shit, just the Zelda game, Kirby, and Donkey Kong, and then obviously the Dustbloods. But then most of the conversation quickly shifted to the prices, the price. Which is why I think they've been flooding. Yeah, so if we look at like the direct, right, like wait, what other games are coming out for the Nintendo? What the? Oh, Deltarune, yeah. I'm most excited for the GameCube online service. Yeah, I think that I don't give a shit about Deltarune. I think though, like, so like I was saying before, like going back to like it's being more like trying to appeal to a wider audience. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but how often does Nintendo showcase like their partners and shit like that so immediately after launch of like like shit like this, right? Like usually it's like their stuff, and they'll be like, oh yeah, here's like Nintendo Indies or whatever. But like Borderlands 4, Civilization 7, WWE 2K, NBA 2K, games they could never run before.
Plus NBA 2K.
Yeah, they can't show because there's nothing to show for it. This is like, this maybe, I guess I'm just old. Enter the Gungeon 2. This feels like a new Nintendo. Am I weird? Am I wrong for saying that? Again, Cyberpunk 2077.
Of the dark future to Nintendo players for the first time. Cyberpunk 2077 is an open-world action-adventure RPG set in Night City. Thanks to Nintendo Switch 2, you can transport yourself to the city of dreams at home or on the go.
Like especially having. Oh, this is integrated though, right?
スクエアエニックスの浜口です。任天堂スイッチ2でファイナルファンタジー7リメイクインターグレードを発売いたします。本作はミッドガル脱出までを描いた。
Like you could have never ran this
20年以上の時を
on the Switch. You could have never done that. Wait, was that a wheelchair basketball game? I don't know. Hold on, let me see. Did I skip me being inclusive? Not me being. Not me being problematic. Was it this game you're talking about?
Awesome.
No, I didn't see any wheelchairs.
Line and sinker.
Here? No, there's no wheelchairs. Okay, cool. I'm not problematic. They have more so for dedicated segments, like, and yeah, like I know that Nintendo has like indie spotlights and stuff like that too, but like I wasn't sure if this was, oh, Dragon Drive. Holy shit, is this?
Thank you for watching Nintendo Treehouse Live.
This is wheelchair basketball. This is wheelchair sports, yeah.
You may recognize too that my Joy-Con 2 controllers today are wired. That's just because we're here at this event. The Joy-Con 2 controllers. It is best 2 out of 3, so we're going to play one. But let's jump into match number 2. Maybe we'll see if someone can pull
Wow.
off some of these
Okay. That's legitimately cool for Nintendo to have that.
Oh.
No, it seems different. I'm glad that younger gamers can finally experience games like Pokemon Gale of Darkness and F-Zero GX2. No, like, yeah. And also, Star. Okay, yeah. So I'm not weird. This does feel like a brand new Nintendo. Like this does not feel like the old school Nintendo that was just like, here's all of our stuff, and then if you guys watch other people's stuff, I guess we'll do like a Nintendo Indies Direct or whatever. Like Partner Spotlight, Sizzle Reel, and then Partner Spotlight Part 2. What, another Partner Spotlight? Who else is on here?
I have long observed the lands between.
Wait, why didn't I assume Elden Ring would be on here too?
This world is in dire need of repair.
Obviously the complete edition, all right? Like,
You can see them, can't you? The rays of grace.
oh, I'm gonna get copyright stuck. I'm gonna mute it. So we have Elden Ring, the Tarnished edition. We have Hades 2, which I think that could have always ran on that. You have what? Street Fighter would not have ran on the originals. Is this what is this? Oh, is this Xenoblade? Is this Xenogears or whatever? No. Something completely different. Oh shit, it's Damon Machina? That's actually cool.
Has almost completed a weapon that was created to destroy all humanity.
No! Because we're in the middle of a war. Don't you get it?
I won't just stop you. I'll tear you apart! All children bring hope to our lives, don't they?
Oh man. I know a 57-year-old balding loser alleged breast milk date that's gonna be really upset that there's another mecha game coming on the woke Nintendo consoles. I went too far. What is it? Whatever. So Hades. Split Fiction. Madden?
Together, EA Sports Switch 2. Madden NFL will
It can finally run Hogwarts Legacy properly.
Controls on Switch 2 give you even more ways.
Okay, so this looks like base like PS4 version. But look at this game and then look at Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switch Hogwarts Legacy.
Things from you. Another big. I see.
As you can see the anti-aliasing. Why does it keep pushing that button? You can see the anti-aliasing, like hardcore here. Like obviously this is lower graphical fidelity. Look at the textures look like muddly and shit. And then you look at the Switch 2 version. Textures look a lot cleaner, a lot smoother. Not so much anti-aliasing. They have a motion blur. Who needs Digital Foundry when you have my astute observations?
Enhanced magic when Hogwarts Legacy launches on the same day as Switch 2.
Obviously, it's not going to be as like clear, but it's night and day compared to this shit. Like this is like PS2. This is PS2. This is PS4. Tony Hawk Pro Skater. It's so weird to be like, yeah, it's running Hitman.
Mission progresses will vary depending on the player's imagination. Our ever-expanding game will release on the same day as Switch 2.
I don't think I ever played the Hitman game, especially on PC. Those things are not James Bond. Oh, those things are not easy on your PC. They're not easy to run. So the fact that we can play like Bravely Default and all of Yakuza and also Cyberpunk 2077 and also Hitman on the same Nintendo console is insane, no? It is kind of all over the place, but I think it's giving more credence to what I was saying earlier, that they're reaching out for a far wider net than they've ever had before. Like they're going after literally the remaining gamers who are like too afraid to take the plunge, who don't want to spend as much on a if I'm Nintendo, I'm going after the people who don't want to spend as much money on like a Steam Deck, but has always wanted to play Nintendo games, but just like for some reason couldn't get into it because they were too kiddie. And now like, bro, we have Yakuza, we have Cyberpunk, we have Final Fantasy VII Remake, we have Hitman 2. Like, we're not a system for kids or just kids. You can play all these games you want to play and then some. If anything, we have more variety because we can do all this stuff. Plus, you get the Nintendo quality games like Zelda and Mario and Donkey Kong. Like, as someone who's not a huge Nintendo person, again, I've only owned 2 Nintendo consoles my entire life, my 64 and my Switch. This would make me rethink if I want to get a Steam Deck or a Switch 2. I'm not even kidding. Because it's like I have access to the wide library of Nintendo, plus I can still play games that are modern and not have to play like an extremely like defanged version of it. That's a selling point. Like, that's what we're trying to get. Apparently Switch 2 Yakuza 0 is gonna have some kind of co-op. Really? Yeah, it's like they're trying to get me, but no way. So here's the thing though. They might get you. Because they could always be like, hey, by the way, there's always a Nintendo franchise that someone, no matter how hardcore they are, has kept their eye on. Like for me, it's been Metroid. And I've always wanted to play the Metroid games. Again, like I said, I've never had access to aside from the Switch for Metroid Dread. Well, like I wanted to play like the old school, like not old school, but like the GameCube versions of Metroid. But now I can't. And now I can get Metroid Prime, 4? And that's gonna be like a really cool looking, like just looking at this shit. This looks beautiful. Like it still has that Metroid Prime GameCube aesthetic, but obviously much higher resolution. So it's almost like nostalgic in a sense.
This is the unknown planet Vuros.
Like the music, I'm not gonna lie, not really getting me. Hope this is trailer music only. But like, granted, this doesn't look like the most powerfully graphically game like out there, but it looks good.
Intertwining beyond space and time are beginning to weave.
Like that could get me. All the hentai games in Nintendo store? What? If you got a Steam Deck, you can still find ways to experience Nintendo titles if you know how. Yeah. Right. But it's like, but here's the added benefit here. Convenience. Because let's say I have a Steam Deck and maybe I finagle a couple things and I'm running Zelda on my Steam Deck, Breath of the Wild 4K, 60 frames a second, right? Or I could just buy the official Nintendo game, which will let it run like that natively without any sort of hiccups. Like that's the reason why like emulation works, is because we don't have access to a game on like modern consoles with modern technology, and we emulate it so we can experience the game that came out 20 years ago. But if the people are like, hey, we're actively remastering it and keeping it up and doing all this stuff, people will always choose convenience. Always. That's why pirating existed, because people weren't allowed to have a convenient way to find something. Look at all the streaming anime services now. Like, anime piracy has gone down tremendously because it's more convenient for me just pay Crunchyroll like $9 a month and have infinite access to all this stuff than trying to go to like 20 different websites, finding out which one has the better subbed version, right? Like with like better typesetting or, you know, better translation, making sure the translation I got makes sense, making sure like they have more current episodes. Like you'd have to always be rotating through stuff. And then the added risk of you being caught pirating an anime, or the website, because now everything's streaming, getting clapped because they got caught. Like, people only sell the high seas when they don't have a convenient way to get something. So if once Nintendo Switch 2 comes out, you're probably gonna see like a lot of people not focusing on emulation on PC for Nintendo games. Didn't they clap like Simu or something? Like I swear they got. I swear it was like a Nintendo emulator. Like, was it like Simu? Yuzu. Yeah, and Yuzu was big. That was, yeah, last year they clapped Yuzu. And it's like, okay, Nintendo kills Ryu Jinx. Nintendo gets rid of, like, yeah, it's like, yeah, and obviously there's some like shows and stuff that you can't watch online anymore. You kind of have to go back into the seas. But like the vast majority of animes you want to watch, you can find it on Crunchyroll or High Dive or Netflix or Hulu or any other streaming services, right? And the ones that you can't, you know how to find it. But all this to say, the reason why Nintendo was going after places like Yuzu and shit was because they're working on the Nintendo Switch 2, which would do the same thing as Yuzu, but at a cost, whereas Yuzu was free, right? And I'm not anti-emulation. I look at emulation as game preservation, right? Especially when the company's like, we're not going to put out another, I don't know, fucking Star Fox game for 30 years. Like, okay, well, I'm going to play Star Fox 64. And now there's nowhere I can play it. And I don't have a 64. They don't sell it, or it's too hard to get. So I'm going to do it online, right? I get that. But like, I also understand Nintendo is very litigious when it comes to their IPs. Even if they've been sitting on IP for forever, they're still going to attack you if you go for it. I get that too. They don't pay for one streaming service. I pay for way too many streaming services. Like way too many. Yeah. Oh no, I know for a fact Nintendo does emulation on their own game. Everyone does that. Nintendo, Sony, Xbox. That's how they do backwards compatibility. Like, they all have emulators. But the thing with difference between them and us is they definitely own the patent. Like, they own the rights to those games they're emulating. Like, it's their game, or like they published it, right? But like I said earlier, if you make it easy, if you make it convenient, which is why I think Nintendo is taking this approach, where it's like, yeah, we're gonna go after the emulators, we're gonna do all this shit because our Nintendo Switch 2 will also do this same shit, and you have access to all of our library. Nintendo Switch, what is it? Is it the GameCube? Like online, some shit like that? Like online, what is it? What the fuck is it? Yeah. Switch Online. There we go. There we go. Yeah, you can get GameCube games on Switch Online. And it's like, that's huge. Especially because according to this, resale prices are around like $160 for a loose disc, or even $200 if you want a complete inbox copy. Like, that's why they do this stuff, right? It's because they have to make it a value proposition. If I'm allowing everyone to have Pokemon Uranium out, right, and they can play one Pokemon game that has all the Pokemon we ever released in one game, that lowers the value of the next Pokemon game. Because this one only has the next like 200, but this game has 800 Pokemon. This has a better value proposition, and the price is free. It's hard to beat free, but you have to sue free out of existence. There's no one else. And I swear to God, I sound like a Nintendo show, but I'm not. I'm just saying, like, I get it. I understand it, like why they did what they had to do, right? Because it's like, this is coming out. This is in the works. So like, it makes sense that they stopped people from buying this shit, that they stopped people from doing all this stuff, because they need people to want their shit. Otherwise, it's pointless. Also, I heard something interesting about Microsoft. I heard they're on the BDS, the boycotting page. BDS calls a boycott over Microsoft and Xbox Game Pass over alleged Israeli military connections. In their January 2025 write-up, The Guardian claimed that Microsoft has supplied the Israeli Defense Force with the storage and computing services and struck at least $10 million in deals to provide thousands of hours of technical support. The piece continues that while the IDF has used some Microsoft services for admin purposes, such as email and file management system, documents and interviews suggest that Azure could be used to support combat. Ooh, not a good look, Microsoft. We is now making the game's publisher a priority target in response to this January's allegation. You can read more about the boycott over here on the website. I've asked Microsoft for comment. They're not gonna. Why do we need to pressure Microsoft using BDS tactics? What's the goal? Microsoft brought Israel technology to use to uphold Israeli apartheid and commit genocide in Gaza, which obviously I'm against. Microsoft complicit in Israel apartheid and genocide seconds past. Microsoft workers launched No Azure for Apartheid, a worker-led campaign demanding to end Microsoft's complicity in grave human rights violation. No Azure for Apartheid, in partnership with Palestinian BDS National Committee, calls for BDS pressure on Microsoft to end the sales of digital weapons in the form of cloud and AI technologies. Microsoft and its executives refuse to address workers' concerns and continue to decline. To pressure Microsoft, boycott Microsoft consumer products whenever possible, including Microsoft gaming services. Demand your institutions divest from Microsoft and exclude the company from contracts. Fucking great. Fucking amazing. I love how everything is terrible all the time. You're on the list now. I'm gonna have to install some things like my Game Pass. Anyways, you guys ready for another hard pivot? I'm not gonna read this whole article, but I do find it funny that people are complaining again about yellow paint and how much they hate it and why this is the worst thing ever. Hey gamers, you have to understand something. Gamers are dumb. Gamers are dumb. We need sign postage. Even if you think you don't, even if you play games, but oh, it's it's immersive. It's this, it's that. No. They are guiding you. They are guiding you through these games, okay? Elden Ring, you hit a site of grace, it sends its light in the direction where you need to go. Like, there's games out there. I'm sure there's games out there that are fully do not hold your hand. And even those games will guide you somewhere, okay? Because they need you to be able to play and experience the game. They want you to finish the game. I remember this conversation about Final Fantasy Remake, which I've been playing, or Rebirth, which I've been playing. But, oh, I don't need this. I don't need this. I remember when the original Final Fantasy 7, I didn't need that. And I'm like, the original Final Fantasy 7 literally had, if you press select, you had a giant arrow on your character's head. And then you had red arrows, which told you exits, and green arrows told you what was climbable. Oh yeah, and with the decline of media literacy and just general literacy rates, of course you're gonna need handholds. Graphics nowadays are so photoreal that they have to make certain things stand out. And I know lots of people will be like, "Whoa, why don't they just make one like more shiny than the other?" I'm like, not everyone has the same visual acuity as you have. By putting paint on it, even if someone is literally colorblind, they can see that there's something on this that's not on the other things. Maybe that's interactable, right? I just hate this idea that people are like, I don't want yellow paint because I'm not dumb or whatever. Like, bro, just fucking use the paint. Who cares? Like, oh, it takes me out of the game. You would not be able to find, like, listen. Assassin's Creed Shadow was right to account for playtest struggles. Inaccessible games can be much more frustrating than yellow paint. Exactly. If playtesters were having difficulty with the original version of Assassin's Creed Shadow, it makes total sense that Ubisoft would want to address this. After all, a few complaints about yellow paint probably doesn't look as bad as complaints that they're trying to navigate in the game is frustrating. Yeah, they talk about this Final Fantasy 7 too. Like, they didn't originally have it, but then players really struggled in playtest to find the path. If I am playing a game and traversal is important, that's like the one area I don't want you to struggle in. The Tomb Raider Survivor trilogy did it just like the Arkham games. Yeah, literally all these games put white paint or yellow paint. The Arkham series, if I remember correctly, Arkham Asylum, it was yellow paint, but it was like spray painted, right? So you knew where you could like climb up and shit, whatever. And then I think it was white paint in Tomb Raider. In God of War, it was handprints from Freya. And the reason for that is because if you look at this environment without the yellow paint, without anything to tell you where to go, how do you know, because these all look the same, how do you know this isn't the main path or this is the main path? This has a branch that goes over here. Could this be the main path? Possibly. Last of Us, yeah, so many games do this because of graphical fidelity. Okay? Like, here. You know what game also used yellow paint in a way? Mario 64. Mario 64, it was yellow, like the arrows. Mario 64 had certain walls that had like yellow, like square arrows. Can I find? Yeah. Like, hello? Fuck you think these arrows mean? We've always had a version of yellow paints in video games. We've always had a version. Like, we've always had a version of yellow paint in video games. Always. Always, 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 always. And you'll see a bunch of videos talking about it's lazy, and it's bad, and it's this, and it's that. But we've always had a version of this in games. Unless the games were literally linear, like a Sonic level, you always had that. Didn't fucking Portal have that too? There's a Portal had it. Not like, I mean, I guess they had like literally yellow paint. Like, we've always had because it's just signposting. It's just signposting. Yeah, Half-Life used lights over the doors, right? Doors they wanted you to go out of. This is a signpost. Like, this would draw your eye. But the more graphically advanced we've become, the harder it is to tell that shit at a glance, which is why you need something a little bit more obvious. Because, like, let's say like Metro. So, like, even like in Metro, like right here, right, a random screenshot. I just want to see a screenshot. So it's like here. Obviously, you have to go forward because everything else is blocked off, right? It's just signpostage. It's signposting. Level design, right? Like, it's signposting. You look at this viewpoint from right here, you probably go straight down here. And maybe you can go right or left. But, like, I'm sure even Metro has like fucking some sort of paint system too. Do you have yellow paint here? Or like white paint or some shit like that? Or it's like paint or some shit like that. Like, I'm sure they have some sort of like blatant signpost, which is like, oh, this is the way I have to go, right? Like, if not Metro, I can be wrong because I haven't played that series, but like most games have a signpost. So it's like, this is where I'm supposed to go. And I think it's just easier to just have yellow paint or white paint or red paint or some bright light or something there than to hope that gamers can figure out how to navigate these photorealistic spaces. But to be like, oh yeah, dude, we don't want this shit in our games. And it's like, I get so annoyed with that shit too. Cause like it's always goes back to like the gamer ego of like, I don't need no help. I'm the best. I don't need any help, you guys. I can figure out everything. And then it's like, you also see gamers like, I could not get past this part for like 3 years. Yeah, torches and okay too. Like, and I understand that some ways may be super intrusive and some are more unobtrusive. But you also have to understand what the game is. Maybe a game like Metroid or Skyrim don't give a shit if you get lost as much because there's something around every corner. Something around every corner. And the story will progress when it progresses. But other games like Assassin's Creed or Last of Us or God of War, it's like, these are, even though there's action and stuff, these are a very story-focused game, and they know their audience, some people just want to speed run the story. So it's like, here's where you go. Because my thing with yellow paint too is, okay, the yellow paint or the white paint shows you the critical path. It shows you what path to take if you want to advance the story. So if you want to just look around, just don't take the yellow brick road. Like, I love that. I love that. Cool, because I am that kind of person. I'm like, what's behind this corner? What if I go down this path? And it's like, oh, this was the critical path. This is the point of no return. Oh, shit, I didn't know that. But if someone's like, here's the bright alleyway, and all the bright alleyways in this game have led to an advancement in storytelling, cool. I'm not going to go down the well-lit alley. I'm going to go down every other alley, and then I'll come back. Right? Like, I don't understand people get so mad about that. Yes. Like, that's another thing. You're right. Some people don't care about story, just want to fight. But it's like, you have to take into consideration, like, players don't have to take shit into consideration. Game developers, game designers, programmers, art directors, everyone has to take into consideration the multitude of player types. If you're the kind of player who speed runs a game, I'm the kind of player who likes to search every nook and cranny, and we're both playing the same game, we both have to be able to do this, right? Unless it is a specific type of game, like this is a speed running game, this is an exploratory game. A lot of AAA big title games that are open world have a bunch of shit that they want you to collect and find. That's just what it is. I'm playing Final Fantasy Rebirth, and there's a lot of fucking collectibles in that game. But I can also just ignore that and go on the main path. But as a game designer, I have to create a world in which both of those things are possible. If you just want, it's not like a movie, right? Where like, I am dictating the pace. I get to show what's on screen, what dialogue happens, all that stuff too. It's not like that where you're stuck at my pace. Video games have to account for multiple playstyles. Like Assassin's Creed Shadow, for example, has 2 protagonists with alternating playstyles because some people just want to bulldoze through shit like Yasuke. Some people want to be stealthy ninjas like Naoe. Grand Theft Auto 5. They made Trevor as an amalgamation of the typical Grand Theft Auto player, which is why he's insane and always in chaotic shootouts. He's like the only person when you do the switch outs from other characters who could be in the middle of a car race or a police pursuit or in a fight because he's insane, right? He is the representation of the player. They have to factor in all this shit. They have to factor in all of this shit. So like, yellow paint, yeah, dude, you're gonna need it. Because even if you can figure it out, a bunch of other people couldn't. And I know the gamer mentality, but just get good, because gamers, like we've discussed, do not have empathy and cannot do perspective taking. But these companies have to take perspective. They have to be like, hey, if only 6 people can complete this level, we have to retool it so that at least more than 50% of the people playing can beat it, right? After reading a lot about Yasuke, he is such a damaging person. Making a movie by him would have been so awesome. It would have been. It would have been. That's another thing that I've always complained about too when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's from people are complaining who don't understand what a natural story point is. If I were to be like, my entire MO is I do historical fiction or alternate history, and I were to make a story about what's it called? Like, is it DB Cooper, right? If you don't know the story of DB Cooper, he stole a bunch of money from like the FBI or whatever. He gets on the plane, jumps off the plane, and is never found again, right? Marvel and MCU made Loki DB Cooper to explain why no one could find him. DB Cooper could have fallen off that plane and then got isekai'd. Like, I could have used that entry point as a way to tell any story I want. Yasuke's story is naturally interesting. A black samurai? Crazy. And there's very little information on him after what happened in the Honiji incident. Cool. One interpretation is Yasuke becomes a ferryman and then takes a magical child and fights robots in the Yasuke anime, which is bad. But another one could be Yasuke joined the Brotherhood of Assassins. Another one could be Yasuke got isekai into, there's an anime I like called Grifters that brings warriors from different time periods together. He could have been a drifter. Yasuke could have went back in time. He could have been sent to the future. He could, like Samurai Jack. Like, you could make so many creative choices with him. And these losers want to be like, Yasuke's black. And he wasn't real. They're just making shit up. It's like, okay, let's say they made him up. Who cares? It's historical fiction. It says completely accurate. They say that they start to be accurate. Ubisoft handled controversy over Yasuke Pole. If they just said it was fictitious, Japanese history instead of doubling down on trying to say it's completely accurate. Ubisoft has never stated what they're doing is completely accurate. And I think that much is obvious when you look at the actual story of Assassin's Creed about like the Isu fucking gods and the Apple of Eden and all of that, and like fist fighting the Pope. Leonardo da Vinci did not equip Ezio with a flying machine because he never made that to begin with. Like, there's a lot to let you know that this is not real history. Like, I'm sorry, the Pope, although it would have been cool, did not attach a piece of Eden to a staff and then fist fight. Never happened, right? Like I was saying before, it's historical fiction. The only accuracy is the setting, but not the events that took place. That's been since the jump. The only difference here is a historical figure is a playable character. That's it. That is it. So they won't let you do things that Yasuke was known not to do. Like, if you kill civilians as Yasuke, the game literally goes, Yasuke did not harm civilians, right? Well, other than that, like, it's just like, it's also funny because Ghost of Tsushima's directors at Sucker Punch also said they were aiming for historical accuracy, but no one busted their ass about them using the wrong weapons. They wouldn't have been using katana. They would have been using tachis. They would have been using tachis, not katana. And they would have been doing haiku because haiku came out 300 years after the events of Ghost of Tsushima. Like, there was a lot they got inaccurate in Ghost of Tsushima. But no one was like, this game sucks, it's bad. I'd say Fair was not sure it was Also, the whole thing that happened with the Wikipedia edits for Yasuke, it was racist people who didn't like the fact that Yasuke is a samurai trying to change that aspect and saying he wasn't a samurai. That Wikipedia article had no motion for years. For years. And then after Assassin's Creed announced Shadows, suddenly that shit became a war zone. They had to lock it because people were saying like he wasn't a samurai. He wasn't a samurai. Also, 90% of the criticism of Assassin's Creed Shadows is racism. It is. I have seen valid critiques talking about like they're tired of Ubisoft doing dual protagonists and wish they go back to just doing one. That's a valid critique. Talking about how some of the missions are samey or how the world's kind of empty, also valid critiques. Super valid critiques. The voice actor is not the best, and from what I've heard, valid critique. But those aren't the critiques people are making, right? The critiques are just having Yasuke in the game is bad. That's not a critique. That is just racism. And you want to know how I know that? Besides me making a ton of videos on that, if we go back to my Twitter, which I forgot I was doing, yellow flash guy, crying face emojis, laughing crying face emoji. What's good, my ninjas? With an AI version was supposed to be Yasuke. Japanese history according to Ubisoft. So, like, yeah. So it's always racism. Like it's always racism. So good. I'm dying. Like it's always accurate, based. It's always racism. Like it's racism. That's it. That's it. Like these are the critiques going around. These are the critiques going around. It's just racism. Like I stated in my video, the blatant racism about Assassin's Creed, it's just racism. It's just racism. It always has been. It's never anything but this. I have more respect for people like Matt Walsh, who will just straight up say black people are the most violent people in the country, than pretending to not be a racist piece of shit. Like, I respect the mask off racism of it. But being like, no, it's about DEI and this, just come on, dude. Like, come on. Also, these are the people who voted for Trump. These are the people who are the anti-woke, we're sick of DEI, get politics out of video games. Just this interaction here. Are you happy you voted for Trump? This is in regards to the Nintendo Switch 2 price jump up because of tariffs. Yes, I was buying a Switch 2. Now they made a political thing. I'm out. Wait. Who made the political thing? Nintendo just did. Didn't you read the article? I'm so, we are so cooked. We are so cooked as a fucking country and society. We are so goddamn cooked. It's not even funny, dude. Like, Nintendo made it political. That was their defense. I was gonna get a Switch, but Nintendo made it political. We are fucking flambéed, bro. Like we're well done, dude. Like it's like I be trying, man. I be trying. And this shit will just like give me 1,000 points of psychic damage. And I have to take 2 weeks to recover my mental state because that's the level of stupidity we're dealing with. Donald Trump issues tariffs on literally every country, which would of course cause things to inflate because that's how tariffs work. And they're like, Nintendo made it political. Like, and then going to another miserable person. Stuttering Craig. This is Access Media and toxic positivity rolled into 22 seconds. Listen to what Justine says.
Check it out. I just got a chance to play the new Mario Kart World and it was so much fun. But take a closer look at the Nintendo Switch 2 with the display on. Huge screen. So fun, so crisp, so clean. Oh, it's beautiful. I cannot wait for June 5th.
So this is toxic positivity. Toxic positivity. She just enjoyed playing on the new Switch 2. What was she supposed to say? Apparently, this post is making the rounds, and some have asked, "What's the problem?" It's simple. It's fake. To be clear, I have nothing but respect for Justine for being in the game and flourishing as long as she has. But I mean, she described the screen as fun. No, she can't describe a scene as fun. She can't describe a product as fun. Of course, they have fucking Veridark on this shit. So funny. I don't believe that she plays video games. I think I'm missing something. I love hating on women as much as the next guy, but what's the problem with this? Oh my God. You can't see the difference because I don't think X supports playback above 6 FPS. Even if people are like, am I missing something here? I'm all for hating Access Media, but all I'm saying is women saying the game looks good on Switch 2 screen. Like, don't see your problem. The screen's fantastic. Like, people aren't even understanding what he's fucking complaining about. Like, and then you, of course, have his fans who are like, it's been a problem in gaming for years. People with access aren't real gamers and don't represent gamers' value. It's a bubble. The sweater looks ratty as hell. I bet it cost $1,000. So nothing to do with what she's saying. Notice how she's delicately touching or avoiding touching those controllers. I have a feeling those are going to be a big failure point when they're designed. What? This video is made for normies, the parents and grandparents of children who have a birthday or special holidays coming up. What the fuck? I'm losing brain cells. I'm losing brain cells. Yeah, I see no issue. She's enjoying the device experience for the first time. Y'all gotta always find some issue with everything online. Like, oh, you're not tired of feeling like this. No, they're not. Because they're fucking miserable losers. Dude, like, me every day. Me every day. Logging into Twitter, the video engine, I get mad 8 seconds. 8 seconds. That's me. That's me. DEI hires. fucking love. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I love DEI so much. I love the people who are anti-DEI because they will use that for everyone. They will use that for literally everyone who's not white. They use that for literally anyone. I'm not lying when I tell you guys that someone commented on my own video saying I was a DEI hire on my own channel. Like, it's so fucking funny at this point because they're just like, they can't fathom a world in which a non-white person is in a position of power. They're like, no, this is something's wrong here. The codes are all wrong. Why are you here? You shouldn't be here. You must be a friend of someone. It's like, nope, they hired me. Actually, I want to see if I can find this. If I can find this, I gotta go to my page. Go to my replies. There was a post that I made. No. Oh, by the way, do you guys know James Somerton? If you don't know, he's a plagiarist on YouTube. He's doing wedding photography and he plagiarized someone else's photos. Just a great story all the way around. No, there was a I swear, no, I had it. I'm almost there. Oh, I should just bookmark it so I don't fucking lose it. Oh no, I lost it. Damn it. Why did I lose it? There's nothing worse than thinking you saved something and just to find out that you fucking never looked at it in the first place. Oh, the internet is not good for ADHD, you guys. It's not good. I'm gonna bookmark this. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I found it. Found it. Okay. We found it. We're good. We're good. Bookmarks. Back over here. Okay, so I do not know if you guys are familiar with the like CI or CEO of the CEO of CI Games. CI Games does Lords of the Fallen. This guy, Marek Taminsky, for like the better part of like 3 months, has made posts that are just ads. Like, they come on my page all the time and it's just an ad. It's an ad. It's an ad. It's an ad. It's always an ad. He makes ads. Like, every post he makes, all these posts so far that I'm showing you are actually ads. Like, he would just post ads. All of them that are, especially the polls, are ads. And he very clearly follows these fucking grifters, right? Because he has been fucking black-pilled or red-pilled, whatever you want to call it. He's been radicalized to join these guys because he's sick of wokeness and whatever, right? And so this started around, I want to say, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Like, All he does now is talk about wokeness and DEI. Like everything he retweets, it's like Google officially begins unwinding DEI programs. I'm sure that with that DEI BS, most of the companies will be better overall, deliver better results, make better games. It's a simple but still hard for some to agree. All he talks about is fucking DEI. And he was shitting on Avowed too. That's what also started too. He started shitting on Avowed. It's DEI. It's DEI. It's DEI. It's DEI. Like, DEI had a clear and meaningful origin, but its very wrong use and disastrous misapplication have turned tragic. Now it's dying regardless of rebranding, and BlackRock has a lot of power for further change. Today's user score is so much more important than any journal verse. Hope this works out well for E33. And the post is literally just them saying, Claire Obscura, Expression 33, feels like a French persona with an impressive combat system that I should love, but which I actually hate. So this is just one person's opinion, a journalist's opinion. It's today's user score is more important. It's like, why are you extrapolating this based off of one person's tweet that what every single journalist feels this way, when all of the coverage has been from games journalists and games media? It's in positive. Jesus Christ. But yeah, all of his posts, DEI agenda isn't making games better, it's doing the opposite. Retweeting fucking grums. Like, it's literally like, in the Ukrainian war, this is strange. I know Raphael from his time at CI Games. He was always a super smart, creative person. They've gone crazy. Canadian gaming developer CEOs warning all Canadians not to join DDC because he fears they will not be allowed to leave. And the reason what he's talking about here is fucking true. Like, it's true. Literally, there was a Canadian actress who was detained for like 3 days. Jasmine Mooney, detained for 12 days by ICE detention. Canadian actress and entrepreneur was detained by immigration authorities for 12 days after trying to apply for a visa at the U.S.-Mexico border. She spoke to NPR about her experience. I'm the Canadian who was detained by ICE for 2 weeks. It felt like I've been kidnapped. I was stuck in a freezing cell with explanation despite eventually having lawyers and media attention, yet compared to others, I was lucky. Like this was a person who had legal standing to be here. And they're like, nah, we have been deporting legal residents to fucking Venezuela because of tattoos. I don't think it's insane for someone to be like, especially when the fucking president of the country has been going on and on about how he wants to make Canada the 51st state. Like, this isn't insane to think. It's not insane to think. And he was like, they've gone crazy. This is strange. Raphael was smart. Why would he say these things? If DEI is a good thing, why do they get upset when you call someone DEI higher? Funny and true. Like, it's racism. You see what I mean? Like, too much of a pussy to just be like, I think it's racist. It's funny because it's racist. And if he's being like sincere, it's because what you're saying is I only got hired, not because of my skill or ability, but because of my race. All DEI does is expand the fucking pool, dude. You still have to be qualified in order to get the job. If I am a computer engineer and you're a computer engineer, and there's 5,000 white computer engineers, but there's 10,000 black computer engineers and you're only looking at the white guys, that is discriminatory practices. You have to open up the pool. There's other people who can do the jobs too. So like, you're getting the big picture here, right? So then I wrote, because he wrote this bullshit. He wrote, diversity and inclusion matter only when they come from hiring the best talent. Forced DEI is in progress. It's ideology that made companies slower, weaker, and less competitive. Merit wins, always has, always should. Top ideas come from sharp minds, not checkboxes. And then which I said, unless you assume only straight white guys get in on merit while everyone else is there to just check a box, there's no reason to state this. Tell me, what companies have done forced diversity and that's why they failed? I'm not expecting him to respond to me because I'm obviously not a huge person. But the question bears repeating. You would only say this shit if you believe that everyone else gets in off of being a checkbox and white guys are the ones who have merit. Diversity, you can't have forced DEI. And DEI is progress. Because look at the general makeup in the gaming space. It's a bunch of white dudes. Why? Because they only hired white dudes. Like this shit, like organic diversity is fine. Organic lack of diversity is also fine. No, it's not. You fucking moron. This is why I can't make that video. This is why I can't do that video where it's like 20 seconds in and he fucking checks out. Cause like, it's literally like, we're literally not understanding basic stuff. There is no organic diversity in places that require hiring. Okay? That's not how it works. If I have a company, there is nothing organic there. I choose who's in the company. I don't just open the door and let the first 2,000 people in. That's not how it works. The company didn't form in nature, all right? You build a company and then you seek out employees. If you intentionally only get white employees, that is discriminatory practices. You are only hiring white people. You specifically want that. If you only think white people are qualified for positions, that is also racism. Like, it's such an easy concept to understand. If I live in California, which I do, right? And let's just say the makeup population, this is not accurate, but just say the population makeup California is like 90% white, like 7% Hispanic, 2% black, and 1% like AAPI, right? You would then expect that to maybe run similar to that in companies. Like, so maybe a company only has like 100 employees and 7 of them are black, whatever. But then you have these companies where it's like every single person's white. Everyone's white. Every single person's white. We're a company based in the heart of Los Angeles, everyone's white. We're a company in like so-and-so, everyone's white. Every company is super white, no matter what the demographics are. That's by design, dude. Why do you think, like, when you hear about women entering in the gaming space or in the tech spaces, you'll hear stories how like women had to go walk 2 floors to go to the bathroom because they never had a woman in the bathroom because they didn't have women. They didn't hire women as developers. Like that's what people are talking about. Oh, it's good when it's organic. It's organic. When diversity is organic, we like it. But when it's forced, we hate it. But we just think anytime there's a non-white person somewhere, it's forced diversity. It couldn't be that the black person or the Asian person or the Latino person was qualified for this position more so than their white counterparts. No, it had to be a checkbox filled, because how else can you explain that there's the non-white person in this position? White people are the smart ones, and I'm like, it's all racism. That's why the DI conversation is so funny, because it has nothing to do with actual merit. In fact, most jobs are not meritocracy. You want a meritocracy? Literally, sports. Sports are the closest you can get to a pure meritocracy. Straight up. If you're LeBron James, you're going to be in the NBA. Like if you're LeBron James, you're going to be in the NBA. You know what I mean? And if you're Bronny James, maybe you get an NBA on your own later on, but LeBron James being your dad doesn't hurt, right? And even then, he still has to have been drafted. He still has to do certain things. He still has to have gotten to a point where he could be drafted. But people act like me being black, I can walk into a fucking Fortune 500 company and be like, I'm the new CEO. And they're like, well, shit. A black guy says CEO, guess you have to do it. Like, that's how they view the world. Like, oh, some blue-head feminist activist just walked into Blizzard and was like, we're taking over. And they're like, oh, well, fuck, you got us. They knew the secret word to say. They knew to just say, it's my job now, and I lost my job. I didn't have to have a resume. I didn't have to apply. I didn't have to have an interview. I just walked in and said, you know what? I like this office, G. I like your chair, G. Give it to me. And they're like, well, yep. It's like, it's so fucking stupid. There's not a single company that's gone down because, in fact, I know how much you guys love data. There are companies that are suffering from their reversal of DEI policies, like Target. Target foot traffic falls for the 9th consecutive week after DEI reversal. Even Circle Week was able to lift the retailer out of its slump. Foot traffic fell for the 7 days that began March 24th, one day after the latest Circle Week began. Foot traffic fell 3.8% year over year, according to data from Placer AI Credit Circle Week, for this being the smallest YOY drop in the 9-week plunge when traffic has been down as much as 8.8%. While correlation is not causation, Target's traffic slump began in the first full week after it announced it was dismantling its DEI efforts. The retailer also is the subject of a 40-day Lenten boycott spearheaded by black clergy that continues through Easter. At Costco, which stood by its DI programs in spite of calls from the Trump administration for private companies to end them, and where many commenters on Target social media posts saying that they're shopping instead because Target is DI, foot traffic is tickety-boo. I guess that's good. The latest data finds Costco swaggering into its 14th straight week of foot traffic gains, although its year-over-year gains for the last week, 13.5, is less impressive than it sounds. Easter fell during the last week of March last year, and unlike Target, Costco was closed for that Sunday, meaning this year's 7-day week was compared to 6 days last year. For total football traffic, Costco was up 7.5% compared to Target's drop of 6.5%. So, if you're going to sit here and look me in my shit and tell me that go woke, go broke, the people who have DEI policies are suffering, there is data to suggest that is not the case. Right? And of course, it's a small sample size, but it's pretty immediate. Like, causation is not correlation, sure, but it's also hard to deny the fact that the minute they decide to go full anti-DEI, their fucking foot traffic fell. It's the same thing with Starbucks and how their stock's been falling consistently ever since the BDS protests. People do like diversity, equity, and inclusion because people with functioning brains understand it's a good thing. There has never been a case when DEI was implemented where it was a bad thing. If you allow for people from different backgrounds to work together, you come up with innovations. That's why a lot of companies fucking do this. You have Elon Musk with his people from like the who are on visas, right? He's hiring people from different countries to come over here and help him out. He could just hire you from America, but he doesn't want to. You guys remember that whole crashout? Haha, callback from earlier. You guys remember the whole fiasco with him and Vivek Ramaswamy, right? About the 2B visas and how like Vivek was talking about how, well, it's just American culture. They're too busy worshiping like friends and shit and watching Urkel and liking nerds and shit. Like, you saw that. I guess hopefully you did. I did. It was hilarious. But like, yeah, like even they know you have to have diversity in the company. And like I've always said, diversity doesn't just mean this is a white guy, this is a black guy, this is an Asian guy. Diversity means this is a straight person, this is a queer person, this is a trans person, this is a cis person, this is a religious person, this is a non-religious person, this person's from a poor area, this person's from a rich area. Like, diversity of experience and conditions also leads to growth. And I'm just like, it's been proven time and time again. The people who are like, diversity isn't our strength are fucking morons. If diversity wasn't America's strength, then why is America the biggest, most richest country in history compared to other countries that have predated us by literal centuries? I mean, I hate him with a passion, but Elon Musk also fits that DEI, does he not? Elon Musk is from South Africa, which last I checked isn't in America. Elon Musk was not born in America. He's an immigrant. He is a, you know, I streamed? Yeah, I stream typically every Saturday. Thank you for joining. But like, yeah, we've always had diversity, even like in the bad way when like you had slaves, like you've had indentured servants. Like that was still a bad version of diversity. It's bad. Slavery's bad. We say no to slavery in this house. But they still had to bring in people from different worlds, different parts of the world to this country. You see it even in video games, right? These losers who are always obsessed with Eastern games. These Eastern games are the best. Guess what, bitch? You live in the West. You live in the West. And you play games from the East. What do we call that? We call it diversity. Yes, Linda, I usually do stream on Saturdays. Usually around like 5. Today was a little bit later because I went to the gym earlier. But like, yeah, that's what happens. That's diversity too. It's not just, oh, this is a queer person, let's put him in the game. Like, it's not just that. And yes, there is no such thing as forced diversity. It's not a thing. It is not a thing. And you know who else would agree with me about diversity being good? Mark Kern. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but Mark Kern likes Latinas. Like, he likes them a lot. He likes them a lot. I don't know if you guys saw that video, but he had a cat fighting adult website. One called Russian cat girl, and another one called Latina cat girls. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, the shit that people found about him is insane. Like oh, it was. I had been putting off talking about this like in this context because I did do a video about this. I did a video. I was talking about how he's a hypocrite, his hypocrisy or whatever. But I think it's so fucking funny that the man who talks about how trans people are degenerates is almost often portraying himself as a woman, including back then when he was pretending to be a woman named Foxy, who was running those websites, right? Like Russian catgirl fights and Latino catgirl fights. So he would agree with me. Diversity is a good thing. Diversity in species, apparently, in the races of said species, all that stuff. What happened to all those crying babies complaining about Target selling Prime? Now they're saying, why aren't they saving Target now? Oh, I'll tell you why, dude. Because they don't care. Those guys are like male fans of something. And by that I mean is a lot of male fans, I'm one of them, are really bad at actually supporting shit they care about, like financially. Like, I have friends who I got into certain podcasts, one of them being The Weekly Planet, and they donated to their Patreon. They donated, they donated to their other stuff. They subscribed to their other programs, bought their merch. I never bought their merch. I've been listening to that podcast for like 6 years. Never bought their merch. Same sort of thing happens here. These guys will talk about how much they hate this and they hate this woke, so they're so anti-woke. They hate this shit. They hate that stuff. And then a game comes out that fills all their needs and they don't play it. They're never going to. They were never going to shop at Target. They boycott places they were never going to go to begin with. And they only pay lip service to things they're going to support. That's it. Target's getting absolutely hammered. Yeah, because they have bad policies. I saw that video, but never saw Grum's response. Did he ever see that? Oh, Grum's did a response, sorta. Not to mine. He blocked me. He doesn't know I exist, which is fair. But he did try to get ahead of the Western Kabuki thing and just quit it. And I'm so upset because I tweeted today. I was listening to the Western Kabuki video on our audio on Grumps, and I was like, they gotta get me on there. And I was making a joke, and someone responded was like, well, at so and so is the editor and like producer of it. And then I was like, oh, sick. And then they DM'd me and was like, hey, you know, we're kind of not doing it right now, but you know, next time if you, I'm like, oh, for sure, like 100%, like I would love to go on that podcast. But now I'm like mad because I'm like, was it that easy? Like, could I have just been like, hey, get me on? And they're like, okay, like fuck. I messed up. I could have been on Western Kabuki. Appreciate you. Thank you. Just a reminder, everything's woke. You know what I think about a lot too? When I look at like the other like grifter like streams and stuff, everything is like they cannot leave a comment unless it's a super chat. Like, it's crazy to me. It's like, I like streaming because I'm a fucking yapper. And I get to just be unhinged, unedited, just like fucking yapping all day. But like, trying to squeeze out money from my audience is such a crazy thing to me. Like, of course, if someone was like, hey, dude, I love your stuff. Here's like $100,000. I'd be like, thank you, I'm taking it. But like, I would never like push people into that direction. So I just find it so funny that people will like pay $20 to just be like, hell yeah, dude, I think this is woke and bad to you. It's like, you spent $20 to say that. But then again, we have the woke game awards, so I'm sorry, the real game awards. So maybe I'm the dumb one. Oh, my throat hurt. Also, since I've been sick, I have been, and don't ask me this, don't ask me why, okay? Don't ask me why. But I have been wanting to make a very good Macho Man Savage impersonation. And I think I'm getting close. Like, I think I'm getting close. Then I'll talk about South of Midnight, because of course that's the next target. But I've been obsessed with this. So like, it hurts my throat, but here's a clip that I watch in order to kind of get me into like that mindset. His voice is so good. It's so good. And like, I can do it for like 2 seconds and then my chest fucking hurts. Like, if you look at him, he looks like he's actively dying. Like, he's like, and the world wrestling federation. Like, it's so hard. You've never heard of Macho Man Randy Savage? What? You've never heard of the Macho? No, it's not it. Where is it? 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 Yeah. Yes, the Macho. The Macho Man. I gotta take my headphones off for this because I can't hear myself. Yeah. Yeah. You've never heard of the Macho. It's weird. Yeah. It's a bit strange. Yeah. The Macho Man is a wrestler from WWF. And back in the day, the Macho was #1. Yeah. Yeah. And then, like, he hated Hulk Hogan, and he called him, like, oh, yeah. He called him, like, the pukester. And so I remember there's one promo where he's like, something. He's like, and there was no pukesters to my left and no pukesters to my right. Yeah. Didn't need you now, don't need you then. Yeah. Yeah. You have to like change the cadence up so much. But it fucking hurts me. Like, but like, to get into like the rhythm of Macho Man, you basically like you get a little gravelly right here, and then you just breathe oddly like you're having a heart attack, and just throw in yeah. That's how I've been practicing. I'll just be like yeah, like yeah, oh yeah. The cream rises to the top, yeah. Like stuff like that. But it fucking hurts me so bad. Actually, I did do a video when I was sick of Macho Man. I think I did it pretty good. Like this one. Hold on. Okay, so on Kai and Speed's level, which, to be fair, there are not many streamers in general on Kai and Speed. No, don't. No. Level, which, to be fair, what the hell is happening?
Tom Cruise was insane. I kind of cornered him and I said, "Hey, tell me."
Okay. Anyways, right here, that was weird. Okay, so I'm very sick still, and it's hot outside, and I'm sweaty, so I'm gonna get some ice cream. And for some reason, I kept doing a terrible Macho Man voice, and I was just in my head thinking about it, so I want to just. This is what it sounded like, okay? I woke up today. It was hot, 86, and the Macho Man went outside, and he saw the skies were open and the birds were singing, and they told me, the Macho, maybe we'll get some strawberry shortcake. Yeah. The Macho Man loves ice cream on a hot day. Yeah. I think it was there like 45%. 45% of that I think was decent, and then the rest of it was just like going in and out. But granted, I'm still sort of sick. I think once I'm fully recovered, I can maintain the voice. Like, it makes my chest hurt. Like, I saw Will Sasso do it, and I was just like, bro, how do you do that so well? Obviously, you're a trained impersonator, but still, I was just like, you know, like the typical guys, like everyone has like every guy has like that guy impersonation they want to do, where it's like, oh yeah, he's doing De Niro, he's doing Walken. I want to be able to just be like the resurrected version of Macho Man Savage, and I cannot explain why this is the case. I can't explain it. I can't explain that. But what I can explain is South of Midnight and all the bullshit people are trying to pull back on this game, okay? South of Midnight is a complete shit review. Spoiler review, it sucks. Like, that's not a review worth watching. You cannot like a game. I understand that. But so many of these reviews, like prior to the game coming out, like literally like last month, was just this shit. It was just South of Midnight is Sweet Baby woke trash. 2 months ago. Gamer silenced on Sweet Baby Inc. South of Midnight forum. Why are people defending racism? I hate whites. Never said that. This is really bad. The Trent report? Oh, dude. From pounding into comment or fandom post? Wow. Reliable. South of Midnight early access flops. Early access can't flop, dude. Like, South of Midnight early access flops 496 max players as next week Baby Inc. game bombs bad already. Because remember, you guys, this game is only available on Steam and no other platform. No other platform. No other platform. South of Midnight failed woke shit. Again, these are from 2 months ago, and it's the same fucking thing. It's literally, look at this. This is how unoriginal these people are. This one account got pretty decent views, right? Talking about this game. Let's look at the thumbnail. Hazel holding a blank page, and the editor says, I hate whites. 2 months ago, Sungrad Studios, 185,000 views. 1 month ago, what do we have here? Hazel holding a white paper that says F white people. Very similar. This one that says, I hate whites. 1 month ago. 2 months ago, I hate white people, bruh. The same fucking photo. These people are so uncreative. They're so uncreative. They're so uncreative. Like, it's the same fucking thumbnail. We hate gamers. IGN feels seen. South of Midnight review, IGN reaction. Jay Viper is such a dogshit content creator, dude. Like, I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy for someone to have like 60,000 subscribers and then like your views on average are worse than mine. Like, on average are worse than mine. And I only have 4,000. Like, it's that's always been crazy to me. Anyways, And I'm sure this one section of my stream will be used like, why are you talking shit at me? Because you suck and you're a terrible human being. But see how it's like unoriginal slop. They're of course they're eating off of Hypnotic. Like it's such unoriginal people. Like it's that Midnight video was obliterated by gamers. Sweet Baby Inc. is as unpopular as a rug burn. These titles are so fucking mouthy. But you guys get the point. The reason why Dr. Midnight is a certified fail. Kinda like this video no one watched, huh? 46 minutes. 46 minutes, 0 views. Pack it up, dude. Pack it up. Pack it up. I wonder if they just got onto the grift chain recently. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. First off, these thumbnails are garbage. And also there's no consistency in what you post. But this person used to post a lot of Skyrim, apparently. Like a lot of Skyrim. Skyrim E and B modded. Yeah, a lot of Skyrim. And then he kind of just went the full grifter route. What's the most popular video? 16 years ago. Barney. Unknown 9. Lazy Time. Oh, these are like years ago. Weird. I don't know how I found this guy. But like, so you'll see that every single one of these people, every single one of them are going to talk about the same shit. I'm not going to give them any views, but there's no point because we know what their conversation's point is. It's woke. It's too much about black people and this, that, and the third. It's pure DEI woke slop. Microsoft Developer 2025 Direct. Latina Parfait. Another person trying to appeal to white supremacy. Awesome. So their whole thing about this game, their whole thing, I'm not going to say Mr. Matty Plays is on this wavelength, although I'm not the biggest fan of his. I'm not going to throw him in that. But like, their whole thing is they don't like black people. I know that may be like surprising to you guys, but they don't like black people. Like they don't like black people. So anytime a black person's in anything, in any capacity, even if the game was from start to finish created with the express purpose of telling a black story, they don't like it because they don't like black people. And they can't even use the excuse of this person was originally a white guy or whatever, like they try to do for Alan Wake 2, saying that Stalker was originally a white person. They can't do that with South of Midnight. So they have to be like, it's just woke DEI slop. And there is no nuance to their discussions. They will never be like, I didn't like the gameplay like that. Just like, oh, she's a girl boss. She's too perfect. She's a girl boss. This is the self-enter. It's yada, 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 yada. And again, I don't have to watch their videos because I've heard their commentary. I know this. They have nothing original to say. The fact that they're trying to base this off of fucking early access, like only got 490 people early access. It comes out in 3 days. Comes out in 3 days. It's made by Compulsion Games, which is not a AAA. It's a AA game. It's literally worth like it costs like $30, I think. Yeah, it costs. I think it's $29.99. Let me double check before I talk about it. Okay, so it's $40, which is double A pricing. It's $39.99. Like $40. 9 out of 10 on Steam. 8 out of 10 on IGN. It's getting a lot of good reviews. So of course, people are calling it a flop, like Smash Daisy and all that shit too. But again, it's because it's a black person. That's it. That's it. It's in fact, they're probably not in the chat anymore, but Faith Walker made a tweet talking about which game were they gonna go up to next, and everyone was like South of Midnight. And then you see Grum's posting about South of Midnight. It's like, yeah, of course they're gonna target this game. It's a game they have to target. They have to keep the agenda, you see. Like look at this. South of Midnight is out in advanced access. Promising fantasy game gets ruined by DEI policies and SBI. Only has 380 players in advanced access. See my quote for why. How many single player games do you know live and die by 3-day early access? Mind you, that's just on Steam. That's just on Steam, okay? Like, the people who are actually playing the game really like it. Some people who like the game talked about how they wish they focused more on the character and not the trauma surrounding him. But like, literally, almost everyone who talked about this game was like, "This is beautiful. It looks great. It looks awesome." Like, if you're black and you're not playing or supporting South of Midnight, giving the black heart, listen, I'm gonna play it when it comes out on the fucking 8th. I don't do early access or anything. Shiriko, South of Midnight is boring and repetitive and forgettable. I do not recommend. I will say, I'm pretty sure Shiriko, which you can have your own opinion, I'm pretty sure he also had like, wasn't he like attacking feminists in Red Redemption 2? There's only 2 things that are decent. The any variety, the unique bosses, final bosses, 4 waves, the 3-4 common mod bosses we are in the game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Shirako is kind of like one of those guys, but like tries to be secretive about it. But again, people have their opinion. I just find it funny that like nothing about like the actual game, like why it's boring, repetitive, and quite forgettable. I don't recommend it. But also like, what about like the story? Is the story good? This is brings up the point. Not going to tell you guys what to do, but I wouldn't play a game dev's game who hates your guts and gaming culture. I love this. I love this that they're like, oh, she hates gaming and gaming culture. Like, you niggas are annoying, bro. Like, can we be for real? Gamers are so fucking annoying. There's no one, I'm gonna be big face on this shit because I'm being serious. Gamers are fucking annoying. Weird little babies. Of course people don't fucking like you guys. Look at how you act all the time. This is coming from a man who has a gaming channel You guys are fucking annoying. You whine and bitch all the time. You send death threats to developers. You harass people because they don't like your favorite game. Like, there is nothing redeeming about gamers. And anytime someone tells you about yourselves, you bitch and whine more. I don't want to play a game for someone who hates gaming and gaming culture. Nigga, what's gaming culture? Being a whiny bitch? Like, the hypocrisy that's in gaming is so annoying. We're supposed to be tough and adaptable and have all these skills. It's like, you guys just need to get good. You guys are normies. And then someone makes a statement about how, wow, there's lots of objectification of the female form in gaming. No, it's not. I'm gonna start Gamergate. Like, yeah, dude, fucking annoying. You're fucking gamers are fucking annoying. Like, it's true. So like, miss me with the whole like, oh, I'm not gonna support a game that hates gaming culture. Yeah, they hate gamers and gaming culture so much. Besides the fact that she said gamer TM, like when I say gamers capital G or gamers derogatory, ignore the joke on that. She hates gaming so much that she helped bring a game to life. Like, I'm gonna take it a fucking step further. I'm gonna say, if you're a non-white, non-cis, non-hetero person in the gaming space, you love gaming more than the white guys do. You like gaming more than the straight white guys do, because you put up with bullshit that they don't have to put up with. In fact, you put up with the bullshit they spew, and you're still here. If you're an openly queer content creator in the gaming space, you love gaming more than the straight white guys. If you're a minority in the gaming space, you love gaming more than the straight white guys. Facts. Because you put up with way more shit than they could ever Regina put up with. And we know that because if you call them racist or crackers or anything like that, they lose their shit and they talk about how this is reverse racism and this is the most biggest affront. And yet they will make videos talking about Yasuke, we was kings. And they will make memes about George Floyd. And they will talk about how Asian people are one way and Mexicans are one way, and all this shit talks about trans people and queer people nonstop. They will build entire platforms being transphobic, being anti-LGBTQ, being anti-black, being anti all these things. And we're still in this space. If you even give them a fucking molecule of what they dish out, they bitch and complain. I don't want to ever hear that shit from gamers talking about they don't love the culture. Bitch, we love the culture more than you possibly ever could. Because we're willing to put up with this bullshit. Not willing to, we hate it. We put up with this bullshit just so we can have a space, just so we can talk about the games that we love. And you guys hate it. You hate that we exist. And I love that shit. I love that me just yapping for 4 hours is gonna piss somebody off. I love that so fucking much. Like, I like video games, but I would never enter a gamer. Yes. 100%. There's a reason why the gamer stereotype is what it is. You see these chuds all the fucking time. They are these. Look at Grums. Grums and Asmongold are like the perfect distillation of what gamers, capital G, TM, are. Just these amorphous amalgamations of insecurities and social ineptitude mixed with a lack of empathy. Like, that's who these people are in their core. That's why people don't like them. They're still kicking Snow White. Yeah, exactly. Like, these people latch on to things because they hate these things. Like, these gamer bros hate women. They hate minorities. They hate them. They hate them. They hate the fact that they're even seeing them in their video games, because for them it's escapism, and they're escaping from reality. And their version of fantasy and escape is the only one that's allowed. They're the only ones who can be heroes. They're the only ones who can get the girls. They're the only ones who can be the biggest and the best and the strongest. Everyone else has to be incompetent. because that's their fantasy. White supremacy. That's their fantasy. They get so mad at women protagonists. For the longest time, I was so used to playing against man again for most of my childhood. I never complained. They're such babies. Yes, that's literally why. Like, I'm not joking. That was literally why I made that video about gamers being babies. Like, what I call it? Gamers are soft. Yeah, I said gamers have become weird little babies 4 months ago. The video I put out. Gamers have become weird little babies. I made that specifically because I was tired of gamers always complaining about this shit all the fucking time. This video right here.
Your boyfriend's
Not my haircut. But it's like, yeah. 4 months ago, gamers have become weird little babies. And a lot of people liked it. Because I'm like, it's true. Gamers have become weird little babies. And I was just yapping for half an hour. But like, it's true. They become fucking babies. They cannot tolerate anything slightly new or different. They hate, which is funny because gamers talk about how much they hate repetitive shit and how this is boring and repetitive, and Ubisoft puts the same thing over and over. And oh my God, South of Midnight, so boring and repetitive. But anything new, no. Ghost of Tsushima had a Japanese guy as a lead, so the leads have to be men all the time. Even though you didn't promise us that this would be a continuation of Jinsekai story, the fact that it's now a woman, Atsu, played by Erika Ishii, it's bad because you're playing as a woman and women can't kill men. This is woke bullshit. And how come she gets 2 swords? Like, it's always shit like that. It's always this. The biggest fucking babies you'll ever see on the internet are gamers. Again, look at Grumps. All he does is bitch and complain. Elon Musk calls himself a gamer, fake gamer, but still calls himself a gamer, bitches and complaints. They are the whiniest, most insecure people on the fucking planet. You beat someone at a video game? Oh, you're an N-word. Oh, you're a woman? Why aren't you in the kitchen? Oh, I'm going to call you a slur. Because I have bad baby emotions. I can't handle anything different or someone better than me. It's like, it's fucking annoying, dude. Like, there's other gamers who will not play multiplayer games because of other gamers. When it comes to a game with the character created, whether I play a male or female, is just a matter of time. Usually when I have character created, I play as a black guy because I'm like, we're still not represented enough in video games. So like, yeah, I'll play as a black guy. My Shepherd and Mass Effect was a black guy. I do pick women characters if it's like a multiplayer. Like when I play Gears of War, I think it's cool playing as like, I don't play Anya, I like Sam. I play Sam a lot. I think it's cool and sick. Or the Gears of War 5, you can play as oh, why am I blinking? You can play as Sarah Connor. I use her a lot. But like, I have no issue playing as playing as a woman in a game at all. And I'm not one of those weirdo where it's like, well, yeah, but it has to be 2B. It has to be playing. I don't give a fuck. I'll play as a woman in the game. I don't give a shit. It doesn't have to be Lara Croft. It can be like some random woman. As long as the game is fun for me or entertaining for me, that's all I care about. Like, it's fine, dude. Like, you can be white and make black character. Like, it's fine. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I won't use voice chat in multiplayer games because other gamers, they hear a woman, they go crazy. Yeah. I remember, this is a long time ago, but I remember I was playing Halo 3. I was playing Slayer. I mostly played Slayer and then Big Team Battle. But I'm playing Slayer and my teammates say I sound like an N-word and they start team killing me. And then when we get down like by like 10, they quit the match. So it's just me against like, 4 other people. Or 4 other people. find it hypocritical and ironic that they hate games where you can choose a career gender even though it's been a game for more decades. Yeah, because we've gotten more regressive. That's like another sign of like fascism. The regression back to like not having choice, right? So like they don't want even the ability to choose your character in games, because why is not just a man? I'm upset because instead of saying male or female, it says type 1 or type 2. That makes me mad. How come my character creator as a woman, I can't make her have comically large boobies? Huh? What's that? I also can't make the men have a gigantic chest like they were drawn by Rob Liefeld? That's okay. I won't complain about that. Oh, but there's no big titty sliders? Oof, this is the bad game, you guys. Because it's important that my boobs are gigantic in this Dark Souls game, because you definitely are going to see my character. I'm not going to wear armor. I'm just going to do a depraved run all the time. Like, that's horrible. Yeah, I grew up in the 360 era. So, like, that's another thing, too. They act like people, especially my age, are super sensitive. I'm like, buddy, you guys make that joke about, like, you wouldn't have survived the Call of Duty lobbies. I did. I did survive the Call of Duty lobbies. I'll give you another hint. Only the normies say Call of Duty libraries, the Call of Duty lobbies. It's Xbox Live. If you survived Xbox Live, your brain chemistry was permanently altered. Call of Duty lobby was just basic shit. It's basic racism. Xbox Live, though, any game, you get that headset on. Wild, Wild West. Yeah, I hate the one-take choice. Wait, let me play what I want. Yeah. Again, though, playing what you want in a game is seen as woke. That's why you have losers like Yorch Torch Games, whose every fucking idea is just, let's just Duke Nukem. Let's just do Duke Nukem. That's all his answers to all things. You want to make this game less gay and woke? Have a buff guy, oil him up, make his muscles nice and ripply, half-naked girls, Duke Nukem. Like, it's always just Duke Nukem. My part is the thanks to pricing crisis, the industry, the woke against yeah, honestly, it's so funny when they're like, "Oh, we're winning so much, we're winning too much, we're winning, we're controlling the game, we're controlling the game industry," and then the next game that comes out is like Baldur's Gate 3, and they're like, "Well, Baldur's Gate's a really good game," so it's like, it has everything you said make games bad. Everything in it. Pronouns, character creators, women who are important, minority characters, even though they didn't do well justice. Like, they have other minority characters in there. They do have politics in fucking Baldur's Gate 3. Like, oh, but you can choose to be a genocidal maniac. Oh, okay. So, like, Mass Effect is not woke anymore because you can have a renegade path? Like, the option to do something is no longer a problem, but the option to be in a gay relationship is suddenly the reason why Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is suddenly a bad game and actually is mid. Like, and then they'll bring up games like Dustborn. It's like, oh, that doesn't sell. Okay. What about The Great Rebellion? You probably never heard of that game. It is a game done by Europa, a white identity, white supremacist group. And it's like you're playing against like basically George Soros. And they don't talk about that game. They don't big up it. But they'll big up Dustborn. They'll big up Concord. As if Concord was like this woke beacon game. And then if you big up any of the other games they call woke that are successful, well, that's different. That's different. If you bring up games that were anti-woke and failed, well, who cares? That's a small indie group. No one cares. No one cares. It's like, it's just a battle of moving goalposts. And I'm tired. I'm kind of tired of it, man. Like, these people are terrible. And they're always going to be terrible. And yeah, I know. Sorry, non-binary, right? But it's like, these people are terrible. They're always going to be terrible. And so, like, even though it's fun for me to dunk on them, and I will always dunk on them, I do try to diversify my content up a bit because I'm like, I don't want to always talk about these people in particular, but I do want to talk about the things they're addressing because it's bad. Like, the stuff they want to happen would do nothing but ruin games. Because again, they always talk about the market, letting markets decide. They try to bring back Duke Nukem. Like, I don't know if they remember that. Like, they tried to bring back Duke Nukem. When they finally did, it fucking flopped. Gearbox is not making another Duke Nukem game. We don't, unless there's like a porn game, or it's like a particular indie game from like mostly Japan, but indie game in general. The market has changed. People actually don't just want a big muscle guy and big titty women who do nothing. They don't want that, actually. I know people can mention Stellar Blade, but at least Stellar Blade, she was the main character. And even then, Stellar Blade kind of, it's sold very well, but like it's out of the zeitgeist. No one talks about that game anymore. Just like no one talks about Black Myth Wukong, right? People still talk about Grand Theft Auto. People still talk about fucking Last of Us. These games have long-lasting impact. These are the games that change shit up. Ninja Gaiden remake on I guess saw me streaming it. We're getting back to character action games. And we said that not when Stellar Blade came out, not when Black Myth Wukong came out, Black Myth Wukong came out, but a remake of Ninja Gaiden 2. That is when people are like, oh, they're coming back. And then they announced, hey, we're making Ninja Gaiden 4. It's like, oh, hell yeah, we're really coming back. Like, there are just games out there that people want, or game types people want, and it's not the Duke Nukem types. The audience for that outgrew it. And we outgrew it because we've had sex. We have been in relationship with women. We know we can just go to other websites or play other games to get that. The fact that they need every game, every single game, be a porn game, is more revealing about them than the actual game industry. You look at the top selling games in the last like 10 years. It's not these like big titty girl porn games. Like it's let's say top selling games 2023. I can't speak. I'm getting tired. Then in 2024 it was Harry Potter, right? No, 2024 was 2023 was Harry Potter. 2024 was what? Probably Black Ops 6, yeah. Okay, so we have top 20 best-selling games 2024 revealed. Black Ops 6, not a big titty game. College football, not a big titty games. Helldivers, not big titty games. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, NBA 2K. None of these games. The closest you might get is like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. None of these games are like, oh, these are big titty women and these are big muscular men. Like the muscular man game is WWE 2K4, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Like, best selling game 2022. Let's do top 10, right? Top 10 best games. Call of Duty, Elden Ring, God of War Ragnarok, or God of War Ragnarok, Lego Star Wars, Pokemon, FIFA, Pokemon Horizon Forbidden West, MLB The Show, and that's in the US, but we can do worldwide too, right? Resident Evil Games 2022. Pokemon, Elden Ring, Call of Duty, God of War, FIFA, Splatoon, Mountain Blade. Like there's not even And you would Monster Hunter Rise, but some you would think from what they tell us about how sex sells and boobies are important. That's the most important thing ever. That those games would be top sellers. But like, it's not even like 2021 PUBG, like lots of mobile games, but not like when did Stellar Blade come out? That was last year, right? Black Myth Wukong. So 30 million. Okay, so it sold over 1 million units. Which is, listen, no hate to Cellbake. I've always said, once it gets on PC, I will be playing this game. I don't have PS5, so I didn't play it. But you would think from what the people like Grums and George Torch and all those guys say, that it would sell like 100 million copies. It would have been like Monster Hunter, right? Because that's what gaming needs. That's what the world wants. But it's just not fucking true. It's not true. Everyone knows how they still let developers get games they want to make, and then when they make it, yeah, exactly. It's let developers do what they want, and then when developers make South of Midnight, oh, actually, this is Woken Game, bad indeed. Oh, remember you added a black person in Alan Wake 2? This is Woken Game, bad. Like, people, man. But it's late. It's almost midnight. I've been streaming for fucking almost 5 hours. So I told you guys I was going to yap a lot today. I think we accomplished that. My throat's a little sore. I'm going to rest it. Hopefully tomorrow I can record a video that I really wanted to record. Thank you guys for stopping by. But the stream is ending. This is the stream is ending portion of the stream. So plans for next week. I did record a video like 3 times, but the audio was dog shit. I think now my audio is more consistent where it doesn't just cut out what I'm saying. So we will have a video up next week. Probably at least do 2 videos next week. I'm trying to go 2 or 3 videos. And one of them is going to be about one of my favorite mechanics in gaming. So look out for that one. The other one will probably be a random bullshit one about something going on that I don't like, like usual. But again, I am TTBN Gaming. If you guys want to follow me, you can follow me on Twitch, on Twitter, on TikTok, on YouTube if you're not following me. And